Some people ask me why I lost interest in Pokémon, but I never tell them the real reason. I give them the usual, "I grew up" answer, but that's not true at all. I feel like the best way to accept what I saw that day is to tell somebody about it. So that's exactly what I'm doing. This is the story of the cartridge that destroyed my devoted adoration for Pokémon. This is the story of Pokémon Rotted Yellow. I was working at one of the video game stores in town for about a year and a half without any sort of incident. The worst thing that would happen was that someone would try and trade in a scratched game. One day, I'd been working alone at the store when a young boy, maybe 10 at most, came in. I noticed that he was holding a cartridge for the Game Boy Color. I was immediately surprised, as not many kids that age even know what a Game Boy Color is, much less own one. I asked him if he needed any help, and he told me that he needed someone to fix his game for him because it was broken. I asked him if he had bought the game from our location, and he said he didn't know, that his father had gotten it for him. Normally I would have said no, but then I noticed that the cartridge was a Pokémon Yellow game, and it just didn't feel right to deprive a kid of a Pokémon adventure. I asked him what was wrong with the game, and he told me that it kept freezing in the same spot every time he tried to play, and that his Pokémon kept dying. I thought that the boy just maybe had a weak team, but I went along with it and told him that I would do my best to try and fix it, though I couldn't promise anything. The boy gave me his name and phone number and went on his way. Not thinking too much of it, I put the game in the top drawer beneath the cash register. As I was closing the shop that night, I threw the game into my bag and headed home, finding myself eager to play the game after all these years. Hopefully, it was what I thought and he just had a weak team. I could fix that pretty quickly, and I'd probably be the kid's hero. I got home and found my old Game Boy from when I was a kid, grabbed some new batteries and clicked them into the back of the console, and then dug through my bag to find the game. I was about to put the game in when something caught my eye. Instead of the normal looking Pikachu that was supposed to be on the sticker, this one had its eyes scratched off entirely. Probably just a coincidence, I thought to myself, but the sight of it still made me feel a bit uneasy. I turned the game on. The game started off as normal. The Game Freak symbol was shown. The opening sequence played as normal. But once the title card appeared, there was only silence, though I didn't think much of it at the time. I selected the saved game file, but the file didn't open. Instead, a message popped up saying that the save was corrupt. That was strange because the boy told me that his file was okay. It was just frozen at one part of the game. I tried a few more times, but to no avail. I was getting frustrated, so I decided to start a new file. The new file worked, and the game played out like it was supposed to, without any glitches. I was in Cerulean City when I was suddenly teleported to Lavender Town out of nowhere. The action reminded me of the infamous Mew glitch, and then I thought that maybe the kid had tried to glitch and messed up, causing the game to freeze. I walked to the outskirts of Lavender Town, and to my surprise, the glitch was active, and a wild Mew appeared. Instead of the regular battle theme, however, the Lavender Town music just continued to play. Maybe there was something wrong with the cartridge after all. I also noticed that none of my battle options worked. The only choice I had was to run. This pissed me off, because who doesn't want a Mew? But because it was the only option, and I didn't want to start over at the last save, I was forced to do it. After that, the game continued normally. I went to Celadon City and obtained the Sylph Scope. When it came time to do the cemetery mission, the game went haywire again. Instead of having to travel through each individual floor, I was teleported to the final floor, where I assumed I was still supposed to calm the soul of Marowak. The wild Marowak appeared, but there was no music. After I sent out my Pokémon, Pikachu, the Marowak transformed into Mew. I battled it and tried to get its HP down. But even though my Pikachu was at a much higher level than Mew, it barely did any damage. Somehow, Mew never actually attacked. I eventually managed to get its HP low enough, and I tried throwing a Pokeball at it. Maybe if I caught it, the game would go back to normal. When I threw the ball, Mew turned into one of the unidentifiable ghosts, the ones that you saw without the Sylph Scope. Out of nowhere, the text read, "Ash whited out." This really confused me. My Pikachu was nowhere close to fainting, and I still had all my other Pokémon. Instead of restarting at the Pokémon Center, I was sent back to the final floor of the cemetery. I noticed that Pikachu wasn't following behind me. I walked over to where the battle would surely begin again, when I was suddenly led to a tombstone near where the battle had taken place. I hit the A button to see if there was any text on it, and the sound of Pikachu's fainting cry played. My Pikachu had died. Right after the cry had played, the Marowak appeared again. I sent out my Pidgeot, and Marowak once again transformed into Mew. This time, Pidgeot attacked on its own, without my command. Mew was left with 1 HP. Mew used Destiny Bond, and when my Pidgeot attacked without my command again, Mew evaded the attack. Mew had used Curse, leaving it with 0 HP, and Destiny Bond had taken down Pidgeot along with Mew. I still should have won, because I had 4 more Pokemon in my party. Instead, I whited out again. I wanted to stop, but I knew that I couldn't. It was a sick joke that I desperately needed to know the ending of. Once again, I restarted at the final floor of the cemetery, where I was led to a new tombstone, where of course, my Pidgeot was. The fight started again, and sure enough, the same thing happened to every member of my party, until I was left with no more Pokémon. I expected to white out after my last Pokémon had fainted, or in this case, died. But then, my character was forced into battle to fight Mew himself. This was getting ridiculous. But then again, something was stopping me from turning off the game. Of course, there was no way for me to attack Mew, and I didn't think that Mew would have any powers over me. However, Mew was somehow able to use Curse and Destiny Bond on me. How was a Pokémon able to use that power on a person? I whited out immediately. When I reappeared, I wasn't at the cemetery. I was in my bedroom, in Pallet Town. I immediately noticed that my character didn't look normal either. I was transparent. No music was playing. I walked a few steps when my menu screen popped up. My trainer card appeared. I had no badges, no money, and no Pokémon in my Pokédex. I closed it, and the menu popped up again, showing me that I had one Pokémon in my party. However, there was no sprite design or name next to the HP bar. I checked the mystery Pokémon's moveset and noticed that it had only one move: Teleport. I tried leaving my room, but I wasn't able to. I tried to interact with the map, as well as my computer, but none of those worked either. Not sure what else to do, I used my Pokémon's teleport move, unsure of where it would take me. I appeared at the cemetery, and I was led to a 7th tombstone. This one showing my character's name on it. I wanted to be sick. Whoever gave this cartridge to that boy was a twisted person. I couldn't imagine a young kid playing this game. I didn't know where to go or what to do, so I walked over to where the fight with Mew normally would have happened. A battle sequence started, but it wasn't with Mew. It was with a trainer. My side of the battle screen showed the sprite of a Marowak. I froze, realizing what was going to happen. As the trainer sent out his Pokémon, Marowak transformed into Mew. I looked at my moves list, expecting only Teleport to be there. Instead, I had two moves: Curse and Destiny Bond. I turned off the console. I didn't know what else to do. I convinced myself to turn it back on a few hours later to see if my save file was still there. But it was corrupt. The boy never came back for his game. I think he just wanted to get rid of it. I can't say I blame him. original Pokémon Red and Blue, when you encounter your rival in Lavender Town, he asks you whether or not you know what it's like to have one of your Pokémon die. At this point in the game, he no longer has his Raticate that he used in previous battles. Your rival battle before this took place aboard the SS Anne. Your rival's Raticate sustained serious injuries from the battle, but because of crowding and confusion on the luxury liner, he was unable to make it to a Pokémon Center in time, and the Raticate passed away. The real reason your rival is in Lavender Town to begin with is to lay his deceased friend to rest. Despite all of this, your rival never outwardly tells you that you're responsible for the death of his Pokémon. He hides his grief, and instead channels that energy into the motivation he needed to continue his quest to become the Indigo League champion. The death of his Raticate effectively destroys your rival's impish childhood innocence. Although he tells himself that he doesn't hold you responsible, he subconsciously holds a great deal of resentment towards you, which further fuels his ambitions. Tearfully swearing upon his Raticate's grave to not fail in what he set out to do, he trains hard in hopes of becoming better than you, defeating you, and to eventually make it to the Pokémon League. Mere moments after he became Indigo League champion, he was defeated by you. Although he fulfilled his promise to his fallen Pokémon, it was only for a painfully brief instant. In the end, your rival is scolded by his grandfather, while you receive the professor's praise. During the course of the game, you steal your rival's innocence, crush his dreams, and ultimately snatch away the love of his own grandfather. Oh, and by the way, your rival doesn't have any parents. He's an orphan. Pardon me, sir. How much do you want for this? It's free, take it. What? Are you sure I can pay? I said you can take it. Now get out of here. The above was a brief exchange of words between a very edgy young man, possibly in his late 20s, and myself at a yard sale I happened by. I always find the most interesting things at yard sales and flea markets. I'm normally there for books, but I'll occasionally happen across something else that I find worth my time. I didn't find any books this time around. The entire sale seemed to be comprised of children's toys, clothes for both little boys and little girls, as well as some items that I'd expect a young married woman to use. Silken nightclothes, stacks of cheesy romance novels that I had no interest in. I can't read pure romance. I need something like murder or mystery to make it interesting. There was jewellery, as well as several cases of makeup, most of which appeared to be half used. I found the used makeup to be in bad taste. If you no longer had a use for it, throw it away. Don't try to peddle what's touched your face onto other people. It's disgusting. I kept these thoughts to myself, however, as the man running the small junk sale seemed to be far from stable. As I was about to leave, something blue peeking out from underneath a small, grey plush caught my eye. Colours always catch my attention, especially blue, so I lifted the plush to examine it. To my surprise, it was a Pokémon Blue game. Not that I had been looking for one, but I felt like experiencing a little nostalgia. Even though the first generation of games wasn't my favourite, it reflects back to a much simpler time in my life. The cartridge had the word Tears written neatly in black across the image of the Blastoise. I assumed it was a nickname of some sort. Perhaps the previous owner of the game cried a lot. It was within a bunch of child things. Perhaps they were young enough to be labelled a crybaby by others, and Tears was just a nicer name. I'm really not sure. Anyway, I got the game for free, but I did leave $1 on the table, just so I'd feel better about taking it. When I got home, I inserted the game into my SP, and I turned it on. The sound at the startup screen was greatly distorted. It sort of fluctuated from being several tones lower than normal to being nothing more than a rumble. It was unsettling, to say the least. Naturally, I assumed the game was faulty, but I thought I'd play through until something froze up on me. The previous owner, this Tears person, still had a game on file, as would be expected with a used game. But no information about playtime, character name, or anything else of that sort was displayed when that option was highlighted. Curious, I chose the previously started game, just to see where they were with everything. A child was bound to have an interesting game, with creative names, insight into the innocent mindset that was slowly becoming rarer with each passing year. Upon choosing the previously saved game, I was met with a black screen and silence. I felt disappointed. The game seemed to have already messed up on me. I was about to turn it off when a dialogue box popped up. I began to read, but the text was moving painstakingly slow.
I've been robbed of everything. My title as champion. My grandfather's respect. Even my Pokémon are dead because of you. I won't stand for this. I will come to find you.
I was confused. Who was speaking? Who were they speaking to? My heart rate had picked up out of what I assumed was fear. It had been a while, but I knew this wasn't normal. Curiosity continued to keep me locked onto the game. As the black screen faded away, the music belonging to the inside of the Pokémon Tower began playing perfectly. The sound obviously wasn't as broken as it appeared to be at the beginning. The scene revealed when the black faded was that of the appropriate area, the Pokémon Tower. The not-so-familiar to me sprite of your in-game rival, Blue, was standing in front of one of the many graves inside the tower. He stayed there for several minutes, the disturbing music continuing to play throughout his silence, before he finally said something.
This ends today. For both of us.
With that, he left the tower. My screen followed him as he stood outside the tower. The music did not change to Lavender Town's normal depressing music. Rather, the haunting tune from inside the graveyard continued to play through on a loop. As much as I wanted to turn down the music, I couldn't bring myself to do so. I couldn't move the character after that. I couldn't tell if it was another assumed glitch of the clearly hacked game, or if it was hesitation on the character's part. After another minute, he finally spoke again.
Lie.
Even though there was no voice connected to the character in-game, with the speed in which the text moved, there was an almost obvious feel of depression about him. I opened the start menu and checked Blue's party. All he had was a Pidgeot, which had no level. I checked its stats. The only move it knew was the requested action of Fly, and all its stats, except for health, were at 0. Odd as I found this, I didn't question it and chose to fly. When the map opened up, it was black, save for one small square that was marked Mount Silver. I knew this was impossible. Mount Silver was in Johto, which had yet to be introduced in the original Pokémon games. Regardless, it was my only destination, so I chose it. The typical animation of the trainer sprite turning into the bird sprite and flying off took place. And sure enough, I landed in front of the cave entrance to Mount Silver. Rather than having the sprite shift back to Blue's sprite, his image moved to the left of Pidgeot's sprite. They faced each other for a minute before a sound much like that of entering or exiting a room played, but in a much higher tone. It sounded as if something had broken. When Blue finally spoke yet again,
Fly away. You're free.
I began to assume the noise was the sound of a Pokeball breaking. The Pidgeot cried out just once, before doing as its former master commanded and flying away. After his final Pokemon had flown away, the haunting music continuing to play, he faced the entrance.
I'm coming for you.
I now had the impression that this was a mission of revenge. And with the way he was speaking, it was revenge of the darkest sort. It dawned on me suddenly to check the items he had on him. I don't know why this thought crossed my mind, but given the ongoing circumstances, I felt there would be something there. And there was. There was only one item in the list. Knife. An item that certainly wasn't programmed into the game under normal circumstances. Anytime I picked the option to use it, just to see what it did, Blue said,
Not yet.
After that, I was unable to control the character anymore. It was as if he wanted me to get him there and see his single item, just to get the gist of what he may be planning. But that was it. The rest was all his own. Blue stepped into the cave, and as he trekked through the stone maze of the cave, he never encountered any Pokémon. But I could faintly hear distorted cries mixed in with the music. I'm not sure, but I believe they could feel the negative emotions coming off Blue, and they cried out in concern. Finally, he reached the chamber that harbored Red in the Gold and Silver games. Blue's pace slowed a little as he approached his rival, and the music, dark as it was already, lowered considerably, making it infinitely darker. As the two rivals faced each other, Red simply greeted Blue with the silence that I had become accustomed to in Pokemon Gold. However, Blue didn't take to this very well, as he shouted in apparent anger,
"Don't ignore me like you have everything and everyone else."
A battle ensued, but the normal music didn't play. The darkened music of the Pokemon Tower continued. By this time, other people were home and were becoming quite annoyed with the volume of my music, so I was forced to put in headphones, as I still couldn't bring myself to actually lower the volume. Disturbing as it was, the music had some sort of hold on me. I stared at the game screen as the battle opened up. Obviously, since Blue had no Pokemon, he never called anything out. Neither did Red. In the battle option box, the 4 options of Fight, Pokemon, Item, and Run weren't all there. All there was to choose at the moment was Item. So, obviously, he chose it. The only item there to use was the one I had mentioned before. Knife. It was quickly selected on its own and went back to the battle scene. Now, the only battle option available was Fight. And in the Fight menu, Blue only had one attack at his disposal. Murder. I couldn't regain control of the game. There was no option to run. I couldn't bring myself to turn the game off and end what had quickly become a disturbing experience. The only choice was to sit there and allow Blue to murder Red. After selecting the attack, Blue shouted,
"This is for everything."
And a typical attack animation, much like Tackle played out. Only, instead of a single strike, Blue attacked repeatedly. The dark music in the background began to pick up its pace and become more high-pitched. It was painful to listen to, as it reverberated through my headphones, but I never removed them. Red's sprite flickered in and out as he took the damage, and as his health dwindled to 0, a gurgled screeching sound broke through the noise of the music, replacing it only briefly as Red's sprite faded into something that looked more like a decaying body, before fading away completely with the screech. My heart was pounding. I was beginning to get a throbbing headache, and yet my eyes remained glued to the screen as the remainder of the scene played out. As the music replaced the screen once again, another dialogue box popped up as Blue spoke yet again.
"See you in hell."
The battle options box popped up again. Fight, the only remaining option. Blue selected it yet again. But instead of murder, the attack option available was suicide. There was a moment of hesitation, but Blue finally attacked himself with less fury than he had Red. As his own health fell to 0, a lower gurgled screech replaced the high-pitched Pokémon Tower music. His sprite faded away. Only when the decayed sprite faded in, he wasn't facing the battlefield. He faced me. His screech continued on, growing in volume, to the point where the pain it caused equated to that of a migraine. And yet I still kept the headphones in, my eyes locked onto the dead, hollow eyes of Blue as he continued to scream before the screen began to flicker. It was slow at first, but it quickly picked up to a rapid strobe effect. The scream grew in volume and pitch one more time before the screen simply cut to black. I held my breath. My heart pounded so hard against my chest that it hurt. I deeply hoped that it was over. But considering the fact that I couldn't move, or even hear any noise outside of my own headphones, I fearfully assumed that it wasn't. And I was right. White lettering began slowly typing out across the black screen. And as each word formed, I read,
"I finally got my revenge. The life you ruined is now faded away. But don't think it's over yet. My suffering has ended, but yours has only begun. I'll be watching your strife with a grin on my face. And when it all ends, I'll see you in hell."
Though I had a full battery just a moment ago, the light turned red and the system turned off. My nose began to spill blood for several minutes, and I'll never be able to describe the terror I felt afterwards. I'll never be able to describe the terror I still feel. You see, the very next day on the news, they announced that the very same man I purchased this game from, I won't release his name, had called the police saying that he had killed his wife 3 days prior and buried her in the backyard. When they reached his house, they found him by the phone, dead. He had slit his throat and committed suicide. It was also mentioned that several weeks ago, his 8-year-old son had murdered their 6-year-old son and then killed himself. I assume that the game had done all this, and I'm next. I don't know how much longer I have, nor do I know who will die at my hand. But you deserve to know this. Never play Blue's Tears. Remember that old man on the construction site in Vermilion City? He and his faithful Machop. They were flattening the ground for some mysterious construction project. They had apparently been at it for years. There's more to this tale. The story begins in Lavender Town. The Lavender Town chapter of Pokémon Red and Blue was short, but it left a profound impact on the player. Team Rocket was at it again, stealing the skulls of the Cubones in the tower. Local celebrity Mr. Fuji attempted to stop them, but was easily subdued and taken hostage. You, the valiant hero, rescued Mr. Fuji and put an end to Team Rocket's nefarious plot. The story was juvenile, but there seemed to be so much more to it. Perhaps it is the music that played. It sounds, quite simply, like fear. It lent an ambiance and an intensity not present elsewhere in the game. No wonder it's recalled with such vividness by those who grew up playing it. But isn't it curious that, for a town so dedicated to preserving the resting place of Pokémon, a mere 3 years later, the tower had been replaced with a radio tower. Lavender Town had obviously changed the first time you travelled there in Gold and Silver. Aside from the aesthetic changes, the music was now light-hearted and whimsical, entirely different in mood than the previous generation. But beneath the cheerful arrangement of the music was the same haunting melody. Things were not as they appeared. You see, there was more to Team Rocket's involvement than you had imagined. Lavender Town, during the time of Red and Blue, was struggling. It was a town without a draw. It lacked a Pokémon gym, or anything else for that matter to attract tourists. Fuchsia City had a safari zone. Pewter City had a museum. Cinnabar Island had a famous laboratory, etc. But all Lavender Town had was a massive graveyard that was free to visit. Its feeble Pokemart paled in comparison to the huge Celadon department store, which was easily accessible through the underground path to the west. Lavender Town was easily the poorest town in Kanto. One day, a businessman approached the mayor of Lavender Town with a proposition. Radio was a fad that had taken the nearby Johto region by storm. He proposed the demolition of Pokémon Tower and construction of a radio tower in its place. It would be entirely funded by the businessman's company, built at no cost to Lavender Town. The mayor realised that this would greatly upset the residents. He also realised that this was an opportunity for prosperity. The town was desperate. He accepted, even with the condition that came with the businessman's plan. You see, Cubones were indigenous to Lavender Town. Their skulls were extremely valuable on the black market. The businessman's condition was that his organisation would be allowed to hunt the Cubones. The profits from the skulls would fund the construction of the radio tower. Who was the businessman? Giovanni. The mayor of Lavender Town? Mr. Fuji. Red was simply a pawn in this plot. He rescued Mr. Fuji in order to deflect the growing suspicion of his involvement with Team Rocket. And as he left the town and continued his journey, Team Rocket quickly resumed the extermination of Cubones. The plan appears to be unconcerned with the souls of the resting Pokémon. It was anything but. Giovanni was a very superstitious man. The takeover of the Sylph Company was done so that Team Rocket would be able to mass-produce Sylph Scopes, which would then be distributed to grunts involved with the Lavender project. He also believed that demolishing the tower would disrupt the spirits of the Pokémon inside. So, he planned to construct a new tower. The bodies would be moved there before the demolition of the tower would take place. He knew of a place that would be perfect for his new tower. An empty hill in Vermilion City. Giovanni hired a small independent construction company to build this tower, so that people would not suspect Team Rocket's involvement. The old man's company used a Pokémon labor force, Machops. The construction was problematic. It suffered through a string of increasingly bizarre disasters. The funds originally allocated to the company were lost in a bank robbery. There were inexplicable machine failures, as well as the deaths of several Machops. Months passed, and the project still stalled, making seemingly no progress. The citizens of Vermilion, who had no idea what the construction was intended for, joked that it was cursed. This would explain the continuing tragedy that befell the Machops, whose attacks could not affect ghosts. Nonetheless, Giovanni refused to begin the construction of the radio tower until the bodies could be transferred to a new resting place. His greatest fear was disturbing the spirits. Some of his followers came to view him as delusional. He seemed to believe that the ghosts were trying to communicate with him, that he had in fact disturbed the spirits already, causing their activity in Vermilion. His defeat at the hands of Red, a 10-year-old boy, validated his apprehensions that he could no longer lead an organization that expected him to carry out a plan that he now feared the consequences of. He relinquished his power and disappeared. The new leaders of Team Rocket shared few of his superstitions and apprehensions. The tower was demolished the next day. The construction site upon that hill remains in Vermilion City to this day. It is abandoned, a flat patch of earth, barren, except for a few tombstones under which the deceased Machops lay. The only feature that resembles the planned Pokémon tower that never was. People that visit feel an uneasiness. Some claim to hear a faint, very sad melody. Most avoid this place, but occasionally, a traveller from Johto will unknowingly stumble upon it. They claim to see an old man in a Machop continuously stomping the ground flat for an important construction project. I'm what you could call a collector of bootleg Pokémon games. Pokémon Diamond and Jade, Chaos Black, etc. It's amazing the frequency with which you can find them at pawn shops, Goodwill, flea markets and such. They're generally fun, even if they are unplayable, which they often are. The mistranslations and poor quality make them unintentionally humorous. I've been able to find most of the ones that I've played online, but there's one that I haven't seen any mention of. I bought it at a flea market about 5 years ago. Here's a picture of the cartridge, in case anyone recognises it. Unfortunately, when I moved 2 years ago, I lost the game, so I can't provide you with any screen caps. Sorry. The game starts out with the familiar Nidorino and Gengar intro of the red and blue versions. However, the press start screen had been altered. Red was there, but the Pokémon did not cycle through. It also said Black version under the Pokémon logo. Upon selecting New Game, the game started the Professor Oak speech, and it quickly became evident that the game was essentially Pokémon Red version. After selecting your starter, if you looked at your Pokémon, you had, in addition to Bulbasaur, Charmander or Squirtle, another Pokémon, Ghost. The Pokémon was level 1, and it had the sprite of the ghosts that are encountered in Lavender Tower before obtaining the Sylph Scope. It had one attack, Curse. I know that there is a real move named Curse, but the attack did not exist in Generation 1, so it appears it was hacked in. Defending Pokémon were unable to attack Ghost. It would only say that they were too scared to move. When the move Curse was used in battle, the screen would cut to black. The cry of the defending Pokémon would be heard, but it was distorted, played at a much lower pitch than normal. The battle screen would then reappear, and the defending Pokémon would be gone. If used in a battle against a trainer, when the Pokeballs representing their Pokémon would appear in the corner, they would have one fewer Pokeball. The implication, of course, was that the Pokémon died. What's even stranger is that after defeating a trainer and seeing Red received $200 for winning, the battle commands would appear again. If you selected Run, the battle would end as it normally does. You could also select Curse. If you did, upon returning to the overworld, the trainer's sprite would be gone. After leaving and re-entering the area, the spot where the trainer had been would be replaced with a tombstone, like the ones at Lavender Tower. The move Curse was not usable in all instances. It would fail against ghost Pokemon. It would also fail if it was used against trainers that you would have to face again, such as your rival or Giovanni. It was usable in your final battle against them, however. I figured this was the gimmick of the game, allowing you to use the previously uncapturable ghosts. And because Curse made the game so easy, I essentially used it throughout the whole adventure, The game changed quite a bit after defeating the Elite Four. After viewing the Hall of Fame, which consisted of Ghost and a couple of Pokémon I used for HMs, the screen cut to black. A box appeared with the words, "Many years later." It then cut to Lavender Tower. An old man was standing, looking at tombstones. You then realised that this man was your character. The man moved at only half of your normal walking speed. You no longer had any Pokémon with you, not even Ghost, who up to this point had been impossible to remove from your party through depositing in the PC. The overworld was entirely empty. There were no people at all. There were still the tombstones of the trainers that you used Curse on, however. You could go pretty much anywhere in the overworld at this point, though your movement was limited by the fact that you had no Pokémon to use HMs. And regardless of where you went, the music of Lavender Town continued on an infinite loop. After wandering for a while, I found that if you go through Diglett's cave, one of the cuttable bushes that normally blocks the path on the other side is no longer there, allowing you to advance and return to Pallet Town. Upon entering your house and going to the exact tile where you start the game, the screen would cut to black. Then, a sprite of a Caterpie appeared. It was then replaced by a Weedle, and then a Pidgey. I soon realised, as the Pokémon progressed from Rattata to Blastoise, that these were all of the Pokémon that I'd used Curse on. After the end of my rival's team, a youngster appeared, and then a bug catcher. These were the trainers I'd cursed. Throughout the sequence, the Lavender Town music was playing, but it was slowly decreasing in pitch. By the time your rival appeared on screen, it was little more than a demonic rumble. Another cut to black. A few moments later, the battle screen suddenly appeared. Your trainer sprite was now that of an old man, the same as the one who teaches you how to catch Pokémon in Viridian City. Ghost appeared on the other side, along with the words, "Ghost wants to fight." You couldn't use items, and you had no Pokémon. If you tried to run, you couldn't escape. The only option was fight. Using fight would immediately cause you to use struggle, which didn't affect Ghost, but did chip off a bit of your own HP. When it was Ghost's turn to attack, it would simply say, ... Eventually, when your HP reached a critical point, Ghost would finally use Curse. The screen cut to black a final time. Regardless of the buttons you pressed, you were permanently stuck in this black screen. At this point, the only thing you could do was turn the Game Boy off. When you played again, New Game was the only option. The game had erased the file. I played through this hacked game many times, and every time the game ended with this sequence. Several times I didn't use Ghost at all, though he was impossible to remove from the party. In these cases, it didn't show any Pokémon or trainers, and simply cut to the climactic battle with Ghost. I'm not sure what the motives were behind the creator of this hack. It wasn't widely distributed, so it was presumably not for monetary gain. It was very well done for a bootleg. It seems he was trying to convey a message, though it seems I am the sole receiver of this message. I'm not entirely sure what it was. The inevitability of death? The pointlessness of it? Perhaps he was simply trying to morbidly inject death and darkness into a children's game. Regardless, this children's game has made me think, and it has made me cry. Buried alive model, often referred to as its code, the Vermilion script, was to be found in the final story of the Pokémon Tower, in what has now been replaced with the Marowak ghost. According to the scripts assigned to it, the buried alive model was intended to be the boss of the tower. Once reaching the top floor, the following conversation would have taken place.
You're here. I'm trapped, and I'm lonely. So very lonely. Won't you join me?
After this, the battle would have been initiated. Once in battle view, the buried alive model appears to be a decaying human corpse attempting to crawl out of the ground. It has been programmed to have two white hands, a Gengar and a Muck. Strangely enough, a protocol for the buried alive actions after it was defeated were not written. In the case of the player defeating him, the game would simply freeze. However, a specific ending was written by an unknown programmer upon losing the battle. In this ending, the buried alive was to have stated,
Finally, fresh meat.
Followed by several lines of gibberish. He was to have then dragged the player character into the ground surrounding him. The scene would finish with a typical game over screen. However, in the background, an image of the buried alive character devouring the player was to have been shown. Especially strange are the protocols for after this scene. The cartridge was to download this image to the small internal memory contained in the Game Boy, overriding the title screen that normally accompanied a Game Boy turning on. Instead, whenever it was started, the player would view this image as the sound file staticmesh.wave was played. The intended purpose for this effect, unlike many of the other factors leading towards Lavender Town Syndrome, is unknown. The Lavender Town Syndrome, also known as Lavender Town Tone or Lavender Town Suicides, was a peak in suicides and illness of children between the ages of 7 to 12, shortly after the release of Pokémon Red and Green in Japan back in 1996. Rumours say that these suicides and illness only occurred after the children playing the game reached Lavender Town, whose theme music had extremely high frequencies. Frequencies that studies showed only children and young teens could hear, since their ears are more sensitive. Due to the Lavender tone, at least 200 children supposedly committed suicide, and many more developed illnesses and afflictions. The children who committed suicide usually did so by hanging or jumping from heights. Those who did not acted irrationally, complained of severe headaches after listening to Lavender Town's theme. Although Lavender Town now sounds differently depending on the game, this mass hysteria was caused by the first Pokémon game released. After the Lavender Tone incident, the programmers had fixed Lavender Town's theme music to be at a lower frequency, and ever since, children were no longer affected by it. One video appeared in 2010 using special software to analyze the audio of Lavender Town's music. When played, the software created images of the unknown near the end of the audio. This raised a controversy since obviously the unknown didn't appear until the Generation 2 games, Gold, Silver and Crystal. The unknown translate to "Leave now." There is also the said beta version of Lavender Town. It is said that the beta version of Pocket Monsters was released to some kids to test the games. The beta version of Lavender Town, the theme music, it's been playing in the background. I love Pokémon. It was the first game I ever really got into when I was young, maybe 16 or 17, and it stayed with me as I grew up. I always thought I'd play Pokémon all my life, because I could never put it down. It just has that effect on you. You already probably know what I mean, right? I guess I was a little bit older than the average Pokémon fan when I got my hands on my first game, which I vividly remember being a copy of Pokémon Blue. Like millions of other kids that year, I received it as a Christmas gift. Across the country, countless Pokémon games were being unwrapped that very morning. They all came from the same factory in Japan, crafted together by the same hands. They were all stuck in shiny new Game Boy handhelds and turned on for the very first time. I remember I had the biggest smile on my face when I began my adventure, nestled beside the Christmas tree, decked out in full winter pajamas. I selected Bulbasaur as my starter. I caught a Pidgey, and then I caught a Caterpie. I brought my strong, 3-man team through the first couple of gyms without a hitch. I thought everything was going well. Brock and Misty were a piece of cake. Bulbasaur is easy mode though. Rock and water types bow down to grass. Admittedly, Lieutenant Surge gave me some issues, but I eventually triumphed after a bit of grinding. It was one after the other. Eventually, I came across the HM Cut, and I was given access to Route 9, and soon after, Rock Tunnel. It took me a day to navigate through the darkness, but I did it. By then, the month of December was reaching its close. I'd shut myself up in my room for a few hours every day playing Pokémon. Grinding Pidgeotto, Butterfree and Ivysaur up a few levels each time. I didn't care. I was having a blast. A friend of mine even traded me a Sandslash for a Charmander, which brought my team up to 4 strong. I didn't think the game could get any better. And then, I stepped foot into Lavender Town. For a few seconds, I stared at my Game Boy's screen as the colour scheme turned gloomy. The music began playing, and I made a face. Lavender Town's melody was melancholy and sad, completely unlike all the other themes I'd heard so far. I immediately realised that this place was something else. Something the developers wanted to set apart from the rest. I didn't know of any other reason they would have gone to the lengths they did to make Lavender Town seem so dark. The haunting music followed me into every building, even the Pokémon Center. No longer smiling, I waited impatiently for Nurse Joy to heal up my pals as the depressing sounds wore on. I thought they'd never end. Having hung around Lavender Town long enough now, I made my way to the western exit. Everything was going according to plan until I realised that I'd majorly goofed, and I forgot to check out the town's main feature, the Pokémon Tower. Lying back on my bed, I pulled the Game Boy close to my face and squinted. Pretty much everything was hard to see because the Game Boy obviously didn't have a backlight. So I turned on my room's lamp and glanced at the window. It was maybe 9 or 10 PM about then. Everyone in my house was going to head off to sleep soon. I decided to play on. As I walked into the Pokémon Tower and talked to the depressed NPCs, I began to lose some of my focus. My eyelids were getting heavy, and I was smashing buttons subconsciously. I talked to the same girl over and over without realising it. Her dialogue filled the bottom of my screen a few times. Growlithe, why did you die? Growlithe, why did you die? Growlithe, why did you die? I thought it was kind of weird how the characters always say the same thing, over and over again. You'd think it was an error or something like that. That these poor NPCs are glitchy fragments of real people, doomed to say the same thing over and over until the end of time. Here, at least, it seemed fitting. They were only mourning. I progressed up the levels of the tower, beat my rival, and entered the floor with the mystical healing pad. I walked over it a few times, tentative to breach the edges, and let another unidentifiable ghost appear. I was getting tired of my Pokemon being immobilized with fear. While facing one of the Pokemon tombs, I selected Sandslash and scrolled down through his options. The friend that had given him to me had already taught him strength. Curious, I opted to use the move and was intrigued to read the game's note. You can now move heavy boulders around. I know that a tombstone wasn't what the developers had in mind for strength's purpose, but I had Sandslash push at it anyway. To my surprise, it moved, revealing a small black hole in its place. My character immediately dropped through it. I thought that I would appear on the floor below, but I didn't. Instead, my character was surrounded by a black screen, with only the Lavender Town music playing. I scooched back on my bed and brought the Game Boy right up under my lamp, thinking I'd be able to pick out some features of the new level if the screen was better lit. But there was nothing to be seen. I tried to move my character, but the game just emitted that dun-dun sound it always does when you walk into something. Next thing I knew, the Lavender Town music stopped playing. It cut off, right in the middle. I figured the game froze. But when I tried to move my character's feet, they still jostled, and I still got that dun-dun sound, telling me I couldn't walk anywhere. I swallowed. There was a lump in my throat, and I was nervous. I hadn't saved my progress in a while, and I didn't want to lose everything I'd accomplished by flicking the power off. Plagued by indecision, I set my Game Boy down, reeled my legs over the side of my bed, and put a hand to my forehead. I was sweaty and clammy. My attention darted back to my Game Boy, and I saw that the sides of it, where my hands had been resting, were slick with sweat as well. I must have had a fever. I stumbled into the bathroom, and I turned on the lights. Looking at my gaunt reflection in the mirror, I was pale as a sheet. My eyes seemed milky and glassy. My lips were pale, and my hair was unkempt. I stunk from devoting all my time to Pokemon and not hygiene. Just as I reached forward to turn on the faucet, something on the corner of the counter caught my eye. It was my Game Boy. I hadn't brought it in with me, had I? I retracted my hand from the faucet, and I set it on the small electronic device instead. Pulling it up and frowning at the screen. It was all black now, but still dead quiet. Maybe it was partially because I was in a daze from having a temperature, or I was just really tired, but I couldn't drag my eyes off the screen. My eyelids peeled back, and I kept staring into the black abyss, wondering where my character had gone. The Game Boy's power light was lit, so it hadn't shut itself off. The game was still running. After a minute or so, the chill from my bathroom was starting to get to me. The feeling of little icy fingers dragged up my spine and fixed around the back of my neck. I breathed in deeply and looked back up in the mirror. My reflection was gone. Instead, I was seeing the reflection of my empty bathroom and the open doorway leading into the dark hallway by my room. I rubbed my eyes a few times, but my reflection did not reappear. It was obvious I was having some sort of nightmare. Smiling to myself and thinking it's stupid to get scared over what was clearly a fever-induced dream, I picked up my Game Boy and rolled it over my fingers a few times, ready to pinch myself and wake up. I looked at the screen one last time, and I froze. I was now looking into a very pixelated, distorted version of my reflection. My eye sockets had gone black, and my empty mouth was gaping open, stretched down my face. My fingers were digging into my temples. Music started playing and got louder and louder, even though I wasn't touching the volume dial. It wasn't Lavender Town's theme. It was eerier, less constructed. It didn't take me a minute to realise it was the song being run backwards. I dropped the Game Boy, which clattered against the bathroom tiles. The back popped open, and the batteries flew out and rolled towards the doorway. Throwing my hands into my sweaty, messy hair, I went weak at the knees and sunk back against the wall, pinching at myself, trying to wake myself up. The music was getting louder still, even with the Game Boy face down, without batteries. My glazed eyes darted to the mirror. It was entirely black, as if it and the Game Boy had swapped visuals. My heart began beating really fast, and I could feel those icy fingers scraping down my back, forcing me to look over my shoulder. It was then that the lights in the bathroom went off, making everything pitch black. I screamed and jumped out of my skin, spinning around and feeling for the light switch, trying to turn it back on. I must have turned the wrong way, because I was no sooner facing my mirror, which had the faintest glow to it, like a weak electronic screen. I cried and beat my hand against it, waiting to feel the glass-like sheet to shatter against my fist. It didn't. Nothing broke. All I heard was a soft thumping. I spun away and tried to feel around the darkness, but it was as if all the walls had closed in around me. The music was blaring in my ears now, hot and unnerving, making my head want to burst. Tears streamed out of my eyes as I struggled, but there was nowhere to go. Oh, the 90s. Life was so simple back then. For my generation. There was the Game Boy, the Nintendo 64, Batman the animated series, the Age of Apocalypse storyline from Marvel Comics. These things were all the highlights of my day, especially if I was doing them with a friend. I wasn't really into computers at the time. My family had dial-up and a shitty Windows 95 computer, which made everything so frustrating. No, my farthest exploits into the digital world involved me and my Nintendo 64, Super Smash Bros., Super Mario 64, Star Fox 64, Mario Kart 64, and of course Pokémon Snap were my favourites. After I'd thoroughly rooted out every secret in these games, the only one that kept my attention was Pokémon Snap. I constantly went through every level, trying to get the best possible shot of all the Pokémon featured in that game. What intrigued me was the realism in that game. In all other Pokémon games, everything was synthetic. You couldn't walk amongst the Pokémon and see how they interacted. You could only have them in a ball, or following you around. One could argue that Hey You Pikachu was more interactive, but on the whole, only certain words are recognised, and the scripted, non-realistic events gave that game a disgustingly synthetic feel. The first-person 3D view of Pokémon, present in Pokémon Snap, gave everyone who grew up in the 90s something they could only dream of. A chance to live in a realistic Pokémon world. So, eventually, we moved to a new house. We got a PS2, DSL, and a computer that could run Half-Life. I moved on to bigger and better things, but would often look back fondly at the simplicity of my childhood. My N64 and all the games were put in a forgotten corner in the basement. This brings my story to more recent events. About a week ago, I was at my friend's house. He's one of those people who are well equipped and has many things. Wi-Fi, several computers, iPods, a Mac, a drum set, a piano, a widescreen HD TV, surround sound, guitars, a PS3 and whatnot. He was one of the people I liked to whoop in Super Smash Bros. Back in the day. Anyway, we were hanging out and he wanted to show me something. He powered up his Wii, and one of the channels was Pokémon Snap, which he proceeded to load. He had recently downloaded it from the Virtual Console. As soon as I heard the fast theme song and camera flashes, I was overcome with an intense wave of nostalgia, something I rarely feel these days. And I really wanted to play that game. My friend loaded it up and selected continue. For everyone unfamiliar with Pokémon Snap, the general premise is that Professor Oak needs someone to photograph all the Pokémon on some island with many different environments. As you get more pictures and higher scores, new tools and levels become available to you, such as the apple, which acts as bait, the Pestiball, which irritates Pokémon, and the Poké Flute, which wakes sleeping Pokémon. The player controls Todd, a character from the anime who is riding in a buggy on a set track. The buggy moves at a constant speed, and it is from this buggy that you must take pictures. There are 63 of the original 151 Pokémon in Snap. The levels, or courses as Oak calls them, range from a beach to a volcano, to caves and rivers, the island is a very diverse place. But even with my extensive playing, the darkest parts had eluded me. Until recently, that is. So, Professor Oak said, "Welcome," in his very creeperish voice recording. I always found it funny how the game had about one word of pre-recorded voice per 2 or 3 sentences the text box showed. Reliving our childhoods, we took turns playing a level and seeing who could get the best score. Soon enough, I had to go home, but I really did not want to stop playing Pokemon Snap. When I got home, I went down into my basement and dug out the old N64, along with a musty-smelling cardboard box full of all the old cartridges, controllers, memory cards and rumble packs. Gosh, I miss this system. I hooked up the RF cables to the TV in my room. I popped in Pokemon Snap and shifted the Pokeball into position. A little more backstory here. When I got my N64, the Hey You Pikachu model was massively on sale at Toys R Us, and my mum had decided to get it, as it came with the game. When you turn it on, with the Pokeball switch, the Pikachu's cheeks light up, and also his foot acts as the reset switch. It's really pretty cool. Anyways, when I turned the console on, the screen remained static. I pulled the cartridge out and checked the chip. Sure enough, it was covered in this black gunk. I spent half an hour getting that nasty stuff off. It was at this point I first noticed something strange. After the substance was removed, the chip was red, with what looked like black rectangles along the surface, which I assumed were meant to be contacts. None of my other games had this black stuff, and their chips were light brown with the goldish contacts. There were other oddities with this particular cartridge. There was no official seal of Nintendo on the label, or anywhere on the cartridge. These are on all Nintendo 64 carts, and most other Nintendo products from this era. Another thing was that there was no black label on the back that usually contains the typical "don't play if you get seizures" kind of thing. The front label was also slightly off-center. These should have been red flags, but I'm a pretty lax guy. It just takes things in stride, so I didn't really care. At this point, I thought the game was probably ruined by the goo and discoloration, but I put it back in for the hell of it. To my surprise, the Nintendo logo popped up on the screen. We were back in business. So the load screen came up, and the upbeat theme song and camera flashes were playing, just as they did earlier at my friend's house. It was then I noticed several visual distortions, which I thought were due to the cart damage. There were 3 purple vertical streaks, a few inches wide, that went all the way down the screen, one on each edge and one down the middle. They were darker in the middle of the streaks, but you could see past them somewhat. I didn't mind that much. It was only a minor inconvenience. Next, I pressed start, and to my surprise, I found that there was no continue option. I guess my saves had been deleted by battery failure. All those hours of hard work and completion were gone. Oh well. I probably would have started a new file anyway. I started the new game, and more strange things began to occur. I found myself in Oak's lab. His features were changed. His eyes were black, with no pupils, and he had a stern look on his face. That, coupled with the purple distortion that ran along his left half, made him very disturbing. All the text dialogue was normal, but the pre-recorded voice bits I mentioned earlier were distorted. They came out slowly, at a low pitch. I was reminded of the demon voices from early shooters like Doom. But other than these things I attributed to cart damage, the gameplay was normal. Or so I thought. All of this was starting to make me a bit uneasy. But I was a man of science. I didn't believe in things like ghosts or hell, and I prided myself in overcoming the irrational fears that many suffered from. Oh, to be young again. I went to the first course, the beach. There were more visual distortions. All the Pokémon had no pupils, just pure black eyes. Also, on the ground, underneath where the Pokémon sprites were, there was a purple ring. It appeared even under the flying Pidgeys. The other distortion here was that the sky was a light green, and there were no clouds or sun. The movements of the Pokémon seemed unnatural and cold, like they were afraid of something. I played through the course, but as I took pictures, the Pokémon that were in the frame disappeared. Slightly concerned by this, I didn't take pictures of Pokémon that wouldn't count until later, such as Snorlax or Chansey. As I approached the exit gate, I turned around and saw one of the circles that indicated a Pokémon was following me. But there was no sprite. I snapped a picture and was taken back to the lab. I selected all the pictures for the Pokémon report, but strangely, the last picture I took was not there. The rating process went as normal, but at the end, Professor Oak said, "Nice work, harvesting." There was a brief pause, and then he said, "You let it in, didn't you? Well, you know what this means. Go to the tunnel." I assumed that he was referring to the tunnel course, so I went to the map and it was now available. As I entered the course, I noticed that I now had all the tools: the apple, the pesterball, and the poker flute. I went through the course, and I found that it had the same visual distortion as the beach. At the end, I tossed an apple at the electrode by the rocks, and the path to the volcano opened up. The electrode looked like it was in extreme agony, not like the comical explosions seen before. It seemed to be begging for help. As the travelling cutscene took place, I saw the purple ring with no sprite again. It followed me. Strangely, there was no cut back to the lab after discovering the course like it was supposed to. It just took me straight to the volcano level. A quick survey of the area showed that the visual distortions were getting worse. As I moved forward, the Panitas and Rapidashes were running, then jumped into the lava and gave off low-pitched screams. All the Pokémon did this as I approached. I finally reached the egg, which blocked the path. You're supposed to throw an apple at it so you can proceed, but I found that my tools were gone. This was problematic, and I took this opportunity to get some dinner. I didn't pause the game, because there was no need to. When I got back, I saw that purple ring again. It was in place, motionless behind me. I also saw something else coming from the distance. It was an electrode coming from the tunnel, rolling down the path. This electrode must have been the one I blew up, as it had a look of anger and revenge in its eyes. I could do nothing to get away, so I just sat and watched. As soon as it hit me, it exploded, which caused my buggy to flip on its side and go top down into the lava. A travel-like cutscene played, but it was slow, with distorted audio. The low-pitched screams of the flailing, burning Todd were heard. Suddenly, I was back in the lab. And Oak looked angry. He said, "You let it get to you, didn't you? Well, you only have yourself to blame." The screen faded to black, and the course selection screen came up. Oak was standing alone, and the only option on the screen was Hell, which was spelled with 3 L's. The go back option was gone, so I had no choice but to click on it. There was no way I was stopping now. The camera zoomed in on the charred corpse of Todd. Its bottom half was under the upside down buggy. Everything was ultra realistic, and this was on a pedestal of stone in an endless sea of fire and lava. All of the Pokémon I had taken pictures of and made disappear were floating in the lava, screaming in low-pitched voices. Suddenly, there was a camera flash. The screen swung around to a demonic figure with a camera, taking pictures of the corpse. After he had a few pictures, he stomped Todd's head and took more pictures. Then, a low-pitched, demonic voice
Say cheese.
came out of the speakers, and my whole room lit up for a second. That scared the shit out of me. And when it was over, the screen went dead black and the system shut off. I hit reset because I knew it was just a game and it couldn't hurt me. That stuff was pretty sick, but I'd seen worse on the internet. I just wanted to see what happened next. As it came up on the screen, the menu came up, and the only option was to view the album. I hit A, and immediately wished I hadn't. The album was filled with hundreds of photos, all of horrific torture and mutilation scenes. Many of these pictures involved children. These photos were not in 64-bit, but appeared to be authentic scanned photos. At this point I was overcome with nausea But it got worse. The game force scrolled to the end and zoomed to the final picture. It was the picture I'd taken of the purple ring, the one without a sprite. Only now, there was something above it. It was a picture of my dead body, floating a foot off the ground. The sickest part was there was a camera jammed through my head. The screen faded to black. I was so terrified by the whole event that I broke the cartridge in two, and I ditched it in two different dumpsters behind restaurants on opposite ends of town. A few days later, I asked my mum if she had done something with my Pokemon Snap game. "Oh yes," she said. "When we moved here, I was carrying that box down to the basement, and that game fell out and broke. When I went to pick it up, I found it had fallen into a crack in the crawl space. I couldn't find it. I'm sorry about not telling you, but I thought you'd outgrown that anyway." A look of shock must have came over my face, because my mum asked me what was wrong. Nothing, I said. "I'm fine." I decided not to tell her. A week has passed, and I'm bringing my story to the internet in the hopes that it may help someone else, or at least entertain. I do apologise for the length, but I feel that the details are necessary. What scares me most is not the photographs of the mutilation or my dead self. What scares me most is whatever the hell is in my basement that can make a broken game into something so gruesome. Thank God I'm moving out soon. Being someone who isn't nearly as computer savvy as someone from this generation should be, I know very little about what technology is capable of. Aside from email, IM, and the occasional download of something otherwise unobtainable for me, I have about the same amount of knowledge as an 80-year-old might possess about the electronic world. For example, and for the sake of this tale I'm about to recount, I was totally unaware that someone is capable of hacking Pokémon games to make their own sub-story of the world. Even less so that it was possible to make a physical copy of the game in a real cartridge. However, I happened to learn about this in one of the most disturbing ways possible. When I was younger, Pokémon Gold was my first game from the ever-popular franchise. I became very attached to my little creatures, and often fantasized about the adventures we would go through, had a preset storyline not been in place. That isn't quite important though. What is important is the fact that I never truly let go of my childhood fantasies. The memories I had from that first game were far too cherished to set free. As such, I still have my old Gold game, complete of course with a total abuse of the copy glitch. I refuse to restart my game though. as I'm afraid too much of the old magic would be lost. I wanted to play a whole new game of the version that I recall being the happiest with. But older cartridges are rather hard to find outside of the internet. The most my local flea markets have are GBA games, and hardly any of them being Pokémon. Fortunately for me, my grandmother still fully supports my long-standing love for Pokémon, and she often buys me boxes of cards, toys, videotapes, and other items she comes across during her frequent visits to local auctions. Granted, very little of these things she gives me are in good condition. Long-forgotten items stowed away in a musty basement, after the phase in their owner's life has passed, hardly ever are. But as gifts from a dear relative, I cherish them as if they were made of gold. Pun not intended. Most recently, she gave me a box with a brand new videotape containing episodes from early on in the first season, several hundred battered and well-used cards, and a game cartridge with no label. The cartridge was the familiar metallic gold colour of the game that I had been looking for, even though the label had been removed and a large red X drawn in Sharpie in the place where the sticker should have been. I could easily tell what it was. What other game had that colour? You could imagine my excitement for finally finding another copy. I hate ordering things online. This was a rather big relief. I thanked her profusely, and I promised that I would play it as soon as I got home, which I did. Getting started was difficult. Not because the game was faulty or anything, but because I'd sold my GBA to my little brother several years ago for some of his better Pokémon cards. Once something belongs to him, it's rather difficult to get him to lend it out to me. Such is sibling relations, I suppose. After much bribery, I finally got my hands on my former GBA, and I quickly inserted the vandalized game. Chills ran through my body as the opening movie for the game began to play, sending a wave of nostalgia crashing over me. It was so good to see it again. The game opened normally. The pixelated image of Ho-Oh flying through the sky beneath the title presented itself before leading into the normal selection screen. The person who owned the game before me still had the game on file, but I cared very little for what someone did before me. Considering the condition of their things, they must have been very young. I was bound to be met with a team full of Pikachu with ridiculous names. So I started a new game. It was here that I realised something wasn't quite right with the game. The normal intro involving a professor introducing you to the world of Pokémon didn't play out. Rather, it went more like this. It started out with a black screen, which was quite familiar considering that's how Gold, Silver and Crystal begin. But instead of the normal "what time is it" dialogue, I was met with ... Pokémon are nothing more than tools. Use them, and then throw them away. The black screen faded away, revealing an empty area at night. I I vaguely remember it being a route in an earlier part of the game, but since I've been away from the game for so long, I couldn't place it. In the silence of this scene, the sprite of your rival, henceforth noted as Silver, walked in from the left. He moved a little slower than normal, as if he were hesitant about something. Once he'd moved to the middle of the screen, he stopped and turned back to look where he'd come from, turned towards where he was going, and turned back towards where he'd came once again. For a moment, he stood there, simply staring towards the left side of the screen, before a dialogue box popped up beneath him, saying nothing more than ... After that, he turned back around yet again. Only this time, he continued to walk off screen. The scene faded away, to be replaced with Silver, standing in the place where you first officially see him, just outside Professor Elm's laboratory. It was clearly in a slightly later part of the game than normal, as the professor and his assistants all exited the lab and went their separate ways. The assistants left the town, and Elm walked further downward off screen, which I assumed that meant he left for his home and remained in town. The character of Gold was nowhere to be seen. After that small scene, it stayed on Silver. I thought the game had frozen for a minute, but I finally realised that I was able to move him. Honestly, I was a little excited. Silver was, and always has been, my favourite of the rivals. It was an interesting twist to be able to play as him. I moved him a little further downward to see if I was able to explore, but it stopped me each time I moved one step away from the front of the lab. A dialogue box popped up that said, "I can't leave yet," and it backed me up a step. I moved back up to the place he had originally been standing and moved into the window. It worked much like a door, as it allowed me to enter Professor Elm's lab. Aside from the regular equipment, bookshelves, computers, trash cans, tables, all that, the lab was empty, which was to be expected since the employees had left just a moment ago. On the table was a single Pokeball. Being without one at the moment, I walked over and took it. A dialogue box popped up and said, "Obtain Totodile," but no item get music played. Apparently stealing wasn't condoned even by the game. After pressing A, it gave me the option of naming the Pokemon. I picked yes, as I love naming these things. As it took me to the naming screen, another dialogue box popped up, interrupting the naming process. "Don't name it. You'll only get attached. Don't love it. Use it." It was clearly the voice of the same person who spoke in the very beginning. I found it odd. The naming screen faded away at that point, leaving me in the empty lab, which I quickly tried to leave through the front door, but was stopped by Silver saying, "Not through there." Again, he backed up and I exited through the window I'd come in from. As if things weren't strange enough as they were, when I left New Barktown to begin the adventure and stepped into the grass, it was nearly impossible to get a random battle to start. Normally I go out of my way to avoid those later on in the game, but during the beginning it was something I enjoyed, to get my Pokemon to level up. Being unable to find something to fight was a little frustrating. After several minutes of walking back and forth in patches of grass, I finally encountered a Pokemon. A Sentret. Nothing out of the ordinary. But when I sent out my Totodile and chose the only presently useful move he had, Scratch, the Pokemon fled. I was rather confused. Wild Pokemon never ran. Not so early in the game. After a few more tries, all with the same outcome, I just continued on to Cherry Grove City. Just before I entered the city, I recognized the small area as the one Silver had walked through in the beginning. After entering the city, I bumped into Gold, who wordlessly challenged me to a battle. His Pokemon, a Cyndaquil, was already a slightly higher level than mine. I was stuck at level 5. He was already at level 7. And even though I had the type advantage, he beat me. Before whiting out, his sprite switched out with the Cyndaquils. He looked disappointed. After exiting the Cherry Grove Pokemon Center, I hadn't used it prior, but it was apparently the only option I had. I walked back to the place he had challenged me, only to find out I was unable to battle him at this point again. The game was getting a bit annoying by now. I had no money, Pokegear or Pokedex, and I was unable to battle wild Pokemon. Fortunately, once I entered Route 30 onward, there were other Pokemon trainers in which I could battle and easily beat, though none of them seemed eager to speak to me after I'd won. By the time I entered Violet City, my Pokemon's level was still too low to take on the gym leader. But with the money I'd won from the trainers I fought before, I was at least able to buy some potions, so I felt I was set. The lesser trainers of the gym were easy enough. I was only forced to use 2 of my previously purchased potions, and I leveled up once. Though, as I took on the gym leader, he proved to be too much, and I lost yet again. Upon winning, he did the very same thing Gold had done, and he looked disappointed as well. When the battle ended, I didn't white out. Rather, I had to endure a lecture about treating Pokemon correctly from the leader. Once he finished speaking, I received a one-worded option. Steal? I chose the only option given to me. Yes. Silver backed up 1 step, and then slammed into the gym leader, kicking him backwards. Another dialogue popped up, telling me that I had stolen the gym badge, a TM31, and $500. After that, I whited out. This is how it continued on for the remainder of the game. While I was able to defeat the lesser trainers on the paths to cities and in the gyms, I constantly lost to the leader and was forced to steal their badges. The steal option also worked on people who would normally give you items in the game. This is how I was able to obtain key items such as the item finder, the bicycle, the water pail, HMs and many more. They refused to give me anything otherwise. Anyone I spoke to either refused to talk, greeting me only with ... or they lectured me on how to properly treat Pokémon. It was beginning to get that way with Nurse Joy as well. By the time I'd progressed to Goldenrod City, any time I whited out, she'd scold me. Pokémon continued to avoid me as well. If I wanted to better my team, I had to hope that the Pokeballs I used worked the first time. What was stranger about random battles is that even if I locked the Pokemon in battle with Mean Look, the Pokemon passed out. Literally. After my first attack of Mean Look, if I got to the first attack that is, sometimes the Pokemon had a higher speed stat than mine. Before I was able to choose another, the Pokemon would faint on its own. The dialogue box proclaimed, Pokemon forced itself to pass out, and the battle ended. The only thing that seemed to go normally for me were the battles with Team Rocket. I always won against them, and they always treated me like a punk kid getting in their way. The rest of the game, up until a certain point, isn't entirely important. Aside from win, lose and steal, everything was more or less normal. While my Pokemon matured slowly due to frequent losses, they did grow to like me a little as I began giving them haircuts and other little things to boost our bond. The last I'd checked, the person who rated their happiness, one of the very few people who spoke to me normally, said, "It's quite cute." I know you must be thinking that this isn't disturbing at all. That I should just accept the fact that this is simply a hack, made to tell Silver's side of the story. Well, I did. And it was. But I'm not quite finished yet. Once I'd finally made it to Kanto, continuing the process of win, lose, and steal, I ventured into Viridian City. The second I stepped foot into the city, the music cut off. I thought for certain that this was simply a glitch in the programming, that I was now to walk through a soundless game. But as I stood there for a moment, a very faint noise picked up and faded away. I was now sure that the music had messed up, like it was trying to play but it couldn't. But as I stepped back into the route, the one I'd just come from, the music picked up perfectly. It was only Viridian City that was silent. I was now curious. So I stepped back into the silent city, and I began to explore. There was not a person in sight. No one out in the open. No one in the houses. Not even anyone in the Pokemart or Pokemon Center. The city was entirely empty. Just the silence and the occasional soft noise, which I still hadn't identified. As I walked towards the gym, the sound grew a little bit louder. I figured the noise must be coming from the inside, so I entered. There was no one there either, but that was to be expected. That gym was always empty until much later. The noise didn't play in here. It was still dead silent. I walked up to where the gym leader normally stood, and as I walked past the spot and into the wall, I do that sometimes. I like the noise. But anyway, I was transported to another room. The wall had a hidden set of stairs. This place was silent too, but that noise began to play yet again, and it was much louder this time. Just a bunch of random, high-pitched noises, but it sounded kind of like screams. By this time, as you could well imagine, my heart was pounding. I don't take screaming, or things that sound like screaming, very well, due to an unfortunate experience with a very graphic haunted house when I was 3 years old. But I digress. Regardless of my pounding heart and shaking hands, I explored the room, which was tinted in a muted red, much like everything was in Pokémon Red version when you play it on the Game Boy Color. The room followed a sideways zigzag pattern, and the screams came at random. Some short, some long and drawn out. It sounded as if someone was being tortured. As I continued down the zigzagging hallways, I came across several disturbing images. Sprites of NPCs without their heads, as well as heads without bodies. Anytime I tried to examine the bodies, Silver simply said, "Don't look." The bodies and the heads became more frequent as I went on, clogging up the hallways and leaving only a small path for me to follow. And the screaming became much louder and more frequent. The screen began to flicker as I walked, like it would if one of your Pokémon were poisoned, but none of them were. Just in case, I checked the status of my party. None of them were poisoned, but their health was going down. In an attempt to heal them, I picked up a super potion out of my bag, and I used it on my Feraligatr. A dialogue box popped up and said, "It won't have any effect." Now I was disturbed. I knew none of this was supposed to happen. Regardless, I continued on, hoping that if they all fainted from this, I'd be taken back to a Pokémon Center, and things would return to normal. It was stupid of me to assume that. I continued along the morbid path, the screen flickering in and out. Finally, Silver stopped as the dialogue box popped up telling me that all of my Pokémon had fainted. But it didn't say what I had hoped. It said, in all caps, "All dead." By now I wanted to cry, but I couldn't stop myself from trying to get to the end of this disturbing experience. If I didn't do this now, I'd just be tempted to try it again some other time. Finally, I reached the center room, which was now tinted a deep red. I assumed that this was to simulate the fact that the room was filled with blood. However, there were only a few bodies scattered around it. In the center, there were some live figures. A man, a Pokémon, Gold, and another Pokémon I could only assume was his Typhlosion. Gold's Typhlosion attacked the man's Pokémon, but it was quickly struck down. Its sprite, first turning red, then grey, and then disappearing. The man's Pokémon had killed it. Silver's sprite stepped forward on its own, and the man finally acknowledged he was there. Giovanni. Ah, son, you've made it. Come to see your rival's demise, have you? This caused Gold to turn around and look at you. The only thing he said was, ... Silver continued to move on his own. He approached the man and kicked him backwards, which obviously enraged Giovanni. Giovanni, you're going to help him? Ha! You've become just as weak as the others. If he seems worth saving to you, perhaps I should show you that there's no sense in getting attached. Mewtwo, take care of him. Mewtwo obeyed his creator's command and approached Gold. I'm still uncertain of what it actually did, but it struck Gold, causing a scream much louder than before, as the sprite of Silver's rival lost its head and faded to deep red to grey. Giovanni, I told you long ago, Silver, Pokémon are nothing more than tools. People are as well. Use them and throw them away once they serve their purpose. Mewtwo, kill him. The Mewtwo did not obey this time. Giovanni's words must have angered it. It turned to him and actually spoke. Mewtwo, you're no longer useful. It struck Giovanni, just like it did to Gold and Typhlosion. But the scream Giovanni produced was much longer than any other I'd heard. Mewtwo was torturing him. Finally, the scream faded away into nothingness, and Giovanni's sprite did just as Gold's did, leaving only Silver and Mewtwo alive in the room. As Mewtwo turned to face me, I knew that wouldn't last for long. Mewtwo. Not useful. It struck me, initiating a battle in which I was totally unable to participate. My sprite was in the place of any Pokémon. My health was full, but I knew it wouldn't help. I chose run, but I couldn't. I chose to attack, but I had nothing to use. I just had to stand there, as Mewtwo used Psychic on Silver's defenseless image. Even with the sound turned to a low level, the scream, coming from Silver, was disturbingly loud. Even as the battle screen faded away, the scream lingered, until Silver's sprite turned from red to grey, which I now knew symbolises the coldness of death. Silver, along with Gold, and everyone else who had been unfortunate enough to wander into this place from Viridian City, was now dead. The screen faded to black, all except for Mewtwo's sprite, which remained in the centre of the screen. My paranoid mind immediately made me think he was somehow going to turn on me next. But the word "end" simply faded in just underneath him, and the screen cut to black, taking me back to the opening sequence. I'm still unsure why this game was made, why someone just shoved it into a box to sell, and why I happened to find it. But I can assure you, I'm swearing off all randomly found games. Either it's new, or I'll never risk touching it again. The game I just described has slipped out of my possession since that first playthrough. I have no idea where it is, but I hope it's rotting in a dump somewhere. You see, I'm a simple college student, living alone in an apartment. I was very enthusiastic about the release of Pokémon Heart Gold and Soul Silver here in the USA. I'd purposely locked myself out of all media and the internet, aside from school purposes. That means no 4chan, no Bulbapedia, etc. As I was busy with the school year, and being poor at the time, I wasn't able to buy Soul Silver on its launch date. After my school year ended, I ordered Soul Silver on Amazon. However, it would take a week to arrive. I decided that during that time, I would replay my Crystal version on my Game Boy Color. However, I realised that, long ago, my mum threw it away because I told her the save went dead. And I was very upset about it then. She also threw away my Silver version. So, all I have is my Game Boy Color. As such, I set out to GameStop and bought a used Silver version, as it was the only Pokemon game they had left, for the Game Boy Color at least. $10, fairly cheap. I went home, and I started it up for a nostalgia trip. However, that's when things started getting bizarre. And most likely the reason why you're reading this. The Game Freak logo started up as normal, but it just froze there. I thought the cart must have been errored or something, so I turned it off and on, and the same thing happened. I tried pressing A and start over and over, as well as all of the buttons. Eventually, the logo vanished and there was just a black screen for about 5 seconds. Then suddenly, rather than going to the usual menu screen, I was already in the game, in a previous saved file. Which was odd, as I was expecting all of these carts to have been wiped by the poor battery. Either way, I wasn't complaining. I would have chosen the continue option anyway to see what the previous guy did. First off, I checked his trainer information, his name was just ... He didn't have much originality. I checked his profile, and apparently he had 999.99 hours put into the game, with all 16 badges, 999,999 Poké Dollars, and all 251 Pokemon in the Pokédex. Seeing as he apparently had Mew and Celebi logged also, I'm guessing he either used a Game Genie or was a really hardcore Pokemon player back then. I checked his Pokemon to see what a badass team he has. To my surprise, I saw 5 unknowns and a 6th Pokemon named Hurry. I'm thinking that this must be some cruel joke by the person who last played the game, but I decided to check the profiles of those Pokemon anyways. As expected, they were different letters of unknown, all level 5. I was a bit shaky with my unknown alphabet at the time, but I identified the word spelled out to be leave. As for the 6th Pokemon, it turned out to be a Cyndaquil. Mind you, this was before there were individualized Pokemon icons. The Cyndaquil looked normal, but it was level 5 with only 1 HP left, and only 2 attacks, Leer and Flash. I don't know why they named him Hurry, but at the time I just disregarded it. The most eerie thing was that, despite my volume being at max, none of the Pokemon he had said their usual cries. Just pure silence. Having enough of the team, I closed it. I was parked at what appears to be a room inside the Bellsprout Tower. However, for some reason there were no NPCs around. Even more eerie was that the pillar in the middle of the room didn't move at all, as if just leaning on its side. There was no music at all, and there was no exit or ladder. Or at least I thought there wasn't. I walked around for a few minutes, but couldn't seem to find a way out. This was certainly not a room I've seen in the Bellsprout Tower before. I tried checking my items for an escape rope, but the bag was completely empty. There weren't any wild Pokemon either. Finally, I managed to find a ladder, which turned out to be behind the pillar. The screen turned black, and the music finally started playing. I had a sudden chill, as I recognised that melody I heard to be the theme you hear when you listen to the radio at the Elf Ruins, where the Unknown are at. I immediately realised that it wasn't a loading transition, but rather I was in a dark room, and I'd need flash. Before I took care of that though, I immediately checked my poker gear to change the radio to something more pleasant. But as it turned out, there was no radio card, or even a phone, nor time cards. There was only a map card, in which Gold, ... from earlier, and I'll call him Gold from now on, was just walking in the midst of black. I recalled that Cyndaquil has flash, so I turned off my poker gear and made Cyndaquil use flash. I didn't see any message saying Hurry has used flash, or anything like that. The room just became lit, just like that. and I soon regretted it. The room was a chilling blood red, with a linear grey path heading south. The ladder I'd used to go up/down was not there at all. I had no choice but to head south. The screen got darker every 20 steps I made, until I finally made it to the end, which appears to be a sign. I read the sign, which simply said, "Turn back now." Suddenly, I was asked to answer yes or no, but there was no question asked. I chose yes, as I don't know what it was asking. And the screen went black again, making a ladder climbed sound. The unknown radio music stopped, and in a few seconds was replaced with the not as creepy poker flute radio music. I was in another dark room, but I held my breath and used flash again. Suddenly it said that Hurry has fainted, which was odd because I recall that there was no status conditions like poison on him, and clearly I wasn't in a battle. I checked my Pokemon quickly, and suddenly he's no longer in my party. In fact, after a bit of investigating, none of my Pokemon are there, but instead, all replaced with level 10 unknown. I did the same thing as before, and spelled out the unknown. My then team of unknown spelled, "He died." Either way, after that creepy change, the room was lit to reveal myself in a very small room that appears to be only 4 squares big. The walls of that room were grey bricks, as if I was inside something that was hollowed out. Outside that room appears to be a bunch of graves, similar to the ones in Pokemon Red and Blue. I walked around that small room and pressed A lot, but nothing happened. I'd already concluded that this was clearly a hacked game, and some sadistic fuck sold it to GameStop. However, my curiosity kept me going. I checked the trainer profile of ... again, only to find out that the Sprite of Gold was missing his arms. He also appears to be less smug, but rather seems more sad and empty in a way that I do not know how to describe. For some reason, it also now said that he has 24 badges, which was clearly impossible. After a few minutes of aimless wandering, my character suddenly spun and did the escape rope spinning animation. Instead of flying up though, my character spun downwards slowly, as if sinking. After that screen, the music stopped. After finally landing, the overworld Sprite of Gold is coloured differently now. Instead of the usual red colour he dons, he appears completely white now, including his skin. It's as if he came straight from the colourless Game Boy games, placed into a coloured background of the Game Boy Color. I checked his profile, and now, while not as white as his overworld sprite, he lost his legs and has what appears to be bloody tears from his eyes. It also says he now has 32 badges, which now starts to disturb me, as this change of number seems to represent something important. I also checked my Pokémon, which this time contains 5 unknowns and a level 100 Celebi without a nickname. The unknown this time leveled 15 and spelled out the word dying. I checked the Celebi's profile. It was a shiny Celebi, except there's only half of the sprite. 1 leg, 1 arm, 1 eye. It only has 1 attack. Perish Song. The area I was in was the Sprout Tower, with the immobile pillar as before. Except everything is apparently red now. I walked north for what felt like forever. Eventually, I finally encountered some generic men and women NPCs. They were all lined up to the side, just facing the long slantish pillar in the middle. They were also pale white, and nothing happens when I try to speak to them. I kept on going north, until eventually, the pillar finally appears chopped off, with a transparent red in that spot. I went up to Red, and without even pressing A, I was suddenly engaged, and finally, in a battle. The music starts again, which sounds like the unknown radio music, but played backwards. Gold's battle back sprite matches his front one, with the bloody eyes, white skin, and lack of arms. While Red's sprite was the same as before in Gold Silver Crystal, except transparent. The text simply said, "Wants to battle," as if he has no name. And both of us only have 1 Pokemon each, which is weird, as I swore I had 6 with the unknowns. My shiny Celebi came out, conveniently with half a sprite for the back sprite also. The shiny noise and animation was different, as the sounds it made sound like multiple screech attacks used consecutively. Red sent out a seemingly normal male Pikachu, except he's level 255, and his sprite seems sad and has tears in his eyes, rather than the usual fight, item, Pokemon run menu. I was only given the option to use the attacks. Since Celebi only has 1, I chose it. Naturally, since Pikachu was level 255, he went first. Pikachu used Curse, lowering his speed and increasing his other stats. I wasn't even sure if Pikachu could use Curse. Celebi used Perish Song. In 3 turns, both Pokemon get KO'd. Not like I have a choice. At this point, it didn't even go back to the fight menu, as the battle just continued without me. Also note that there were no animations at all for some reason. Pikachu used Flail, which didn't do much damage, despite his level and boost as his health was maxed. Celebi used Perish Song. Nothing happens as it was already used. Pikachu used Frustration, which did a shit ton of damage, knocking Celebi down to less than 10 HP. Celebi used Pain Split, which surprised me, as Celebi didn't even have that attack in the first place. Now, Celebi and Pikachu have about 150 HP. Pikachu used Mean Look. Not like that did anything. As expected, due to the effects of Perish Song, my Celebi fainted. Except in the text it said, Celebi has died. And instead of the ordinary drop off the screen animation, the Celebi back sprite just vanished. For some reason, the Pikachu was still up, even with Perish Song, and it didn't count as my loss. Pikachu used one more different attack, beyond the 4 attack limit. Pikachu used Destiny Bond. Afterwards, it said Pikachu has died, with a slow fade out animation. Apparently I was the winner, as the transparent red sprite showed up and said, ... At that point, I just freaked out, as that transparent red sprite was suddenly beheaded, leaving nothing but his transparent body. The battle then ended at that point, and faded out along with the music. I'm back in the overworld, with another change to the gold sprite. He's now as transparent as Red's overworld sprite. I quickly checked Gold's profile, where this time, the only thing remains of him is his head, with a transparent skin. The head was zoomed in a bit, showing a black void in his eyes. It now stated that he has 40 badges. I then backed out and checked on my Pokémon. They were all level 20 shiny unknown, which when spelled out read, "No more." I was at what I now know is next to the end. There was apparently no music playing, but for some reason I still felt like something was there that could be heard. I was back in my room in New Bark Town. Maybe finally I'll get to play this game properly. But who am I kidding? I knew that sadistic fuck must have done something. I walked around my room to interact with things, as I'm a bit afraid to go down the stairs to see what was awaiting me down there. Note I said walked, as while the background was moving, Gold was not moving his transparent limbs at all while doing so. Just floating there, like those ghosts you see in Diamond and Pearl. As expected, the radio, computer and TV did not work, so I had no choice but to go down the stairs. I ended up in the same lower level room of my house. Everything appears normal, except Mum isn't home. After failing to interact with anything in this room, I decided to go outside. To my surprise, that door leading outside of the south didn't work, and instead, I just walked straight through it to a void. I continued moving south to see what the fuck was going on. My house vanishes as I head south into the void. It was creepy as, when I entered the void, the outline on Gold's transparent sprite turned white to contrast with the pitch black. Eventually, I reached a white area, and Gold's sprite turned black and transparent again. I continued south, without thinking of stopping at all. After a long trek south, I finally encountered something. It was Gold's regular sprite. I talked to it, and he said, "Goodbye forever." Notably with a space in between the forever and the ... He vanished. As that happened, it said, used nightmare. Which at this point, I would not deny that being possible. Gold did another escape rope animation, spinning slowly downwards like before. I'm now back into that small, hollowed out room, surrounded by graves from earlier. Or at least, I say I was back there, as there's no sprite anymore. I tried to walk around, but nothing moved, not even wall bumping noise. I checked my trainer profile with absolutely no gold sprite left. It said I have 0 badges, and all the pictures of the Johto gym leaders at the bottom were replaced with skulls. I checked my Pokémon, which were all level 25 unknown. As expected, it spelled out a phrase that I dared to read. "I'm dead." As soon as I went back to the overworld, the room I supposedly was in was then covered with the same blocks as the walls. I then figured out what exactly that room was when the final text was said. "Rest in peace." That room was a big grave, surrounded by other graves. Gold has already been dead. He died presumably a few years after he defeated Red. He was a young trainer who, despite his efforts in collecting so many badges and attempts at becoming a Pokémon master, was still unable to avoid the inevitable fate of death. And his efforts were eventually forgotten by the next generation. I was unable to escape from that text, no matter what I pressed. I tried resetting the game, and the same thing happened. At which point, I finally decided to give up on that horrible nightmare. After that experience, I will never look at the gimmick unknown the same way again. They say that only the first generation have folk tales and legends, but the second generation has shown me how unpleasant the truth can be. I eventually enjoyed Soul Silver immensely, but I still can't unthink what that rigged game has told me. Have you ever noticed that the pacing, tone, and story development of Pokémon changes after Ash is hit by lightning in the early episodes? How Ash and his world are relatively normal until after that incident. I have a theory The accident with the bike put Ash into a coma. Days later, he was found and hurried to the hospital, treated with heavy medications. This is why Team Rocket became less menacing. The medication took effect and stabilized his coma dreams, so that instead of being terrifying, they became idyllic. They allowed him to live out his Pokémon Master fantasies. After the beginning episodes, the series is the result of Ash's subconscious mind, fulfilling his desires, as well as attempting to escape reality. Should Ash realize he's in a coma, he would wake up and suffer brain damage. So he must take down all of his mental barriers one by one. If he can do that, he can come to grips with who he is and escape his coma. Further evidence comes from the realization that even though his journeys take him vast distances, he never usually travels by bike due to having developed a phobia of them. The coma in fantasy explains why he never changes much, not physically. It explains the worldwide socialism, as he thought up a safe system of government that would run smoothly and keep the world going, allowing his adventures to work like they do. It also explains how a child can go off on his own into a world full of dangerous and untamed animals. In addition, it explains why every town has the same police officer, and every Pokémon Center the same nurse. Joy and Jenny, he knew from his hometown, and they act as a safety net, or anchor, allowing him to feel safe no matter where he goes. They represent stability. The professors represent Ash's ideals, which is why Gary became a professor. The fantasy also explains why every time he enters a new region, that virtually no one has heard of him, despite his conquests. How else could Paul, the rival of the Sinnoh region, not know of someone who placed in at least the top 16 of all 3 leagues and destroyed the Orange League in Battle Frontier? Moving on to characters closer to him, Ash's travelling partners are aspects of himself he can enjoy but cannot associate with himself. Brock is Ash's repressed sexuality. Ash fell into the coma a virgin and, as such, needed an outlet for his growing sexual frustrations. However, since he can never experience sex, Brock must never succeed. Brock's stay with Professor Ivy was an attempt by Ash's mind to suppress his sexuality. Brock isn't just a projection of Ash's sexuality, but also a projection of Ash's fatherly instincts. He leaves his siblings to journey with Ash because he can't cope with having that much responsibility. You may notice that James got much more dialogue in this part of the series, as well as getting more touchy-feely with his Pokémon and exposing much of his backstory. Ash didn't enjoy this much, which is why Brock returns, horrified, and refuses to speak about it. Ash's subconscious was repressing him at the time, so other than a general feeling of dread, he has no idea what happened. Further evidence of Brock being Ash's sexuality is that he keeps returning to the series after Ash meets a new female aspect of himself. Misty is the first such aspect we encounter. Because she is first, and is merely an aspect of Ash, are explanations as to why Misty plays such a prominent role in the show, but is ultimately unattainable, since he never really knew her before the coma. Since Misty is his initial love interest, if only subconsciously, he needed her to reach a certain level of womanhood He felt that people could only have relationships after they've matured. In practice, however, he finds he can't cope with it, as he lacks real-world experience. He wants the normal, pushy, arrogant Misty we knew, thus not letting her keep Togepi. We can see this arc in the constant berating of his sexuality, but her eventual mellowing until she had faded into the background. Since Ash was quite attached to her, this was traumatizing. After this experience, anyone around him threatening to mature quickly ends up leaving, only for another, more naive fill-in to enter his life. Gary Oak is what Ash wants to be. He is wish fulfillment. He succeeded and then settled down to a normal life. Ash needs someone to succeed in his world, or he won't be able to validate it, and he'll start questioning why he is where he is. It's a subconscious trap to keep him from becoming too aware of his situation. His mind must have figured out that awareness of the coma would snap him out of it. So it took something the boy already loved and built a way out for him with it. However, Ash is too complacent to make a final stand and fight his way out, and thus cannot escape. This is why he keeps encountering legendary Pokémon. They're his mind's way of showing him that he can do great things if he tries. It's a way to encourage him to push forwards. Team Rocket are the qualities of himself that Ash deems negative, but is coming to terms with. Jesse and James want to appease Giovanni, Ash's father figure. To achieve this, Jessie will trick the submissive James into doing her bidding. Meowth especially wants to appease him because he remembers the good times with Giovanni. This places Meowth in a category known as Ash's corrupted innocence. This is apparent because Meowth is able to speak. The whole reason Meowth can speak is so Ash can eventually accept the aspects of Team Rocket as parts of himself. Ash had issues with his father, so he put him atop the evil corporation and demonized him. There may be an actual Team Rocket in the real world, but it's doubtful that Ash's father is their leader. Ash likely feels the split between his parents was partly his fault, but also largely blames his father. The split caused his mother to move out of the city, down to Pallet Town, and is one reason why Ash initially embarks on his journey, to escape the turmoil at home. The whole organisation, including Butch and Cassidy, is symbolic of his inability to escape his father's machinations. James is implied homosexuality, which does not necessarily make Ash homosexual, and gullibility, while Jessie is vanity and manipulation. Since Meowth has the potential for rehabilitation and doesn't want to be evil, this once again fits with the conflicting personalities and demonized self theory. Team Rocket cross-dresses because Ash is exploring his gender, a different facet than what Brock represents, sexuality. And this was a method that allowed his gay/vain side to experiment freely. When he figured out that it wasn't something for him, his free side stopped playing with it. Max came with May. He played the ego, and she played the kid with great aspirations in that session. They worked for a little while, but with Ash being a teenager, his sexuality had to come back into play. He kept reinventing himself and eventually wrote new aspects. But His mind slowly brought the old ones back, as a crutch to make the transition easier. Dawn is Ash giving himself a chance to love. Since he already established Misty as someone he's not likely to go anywhere with, he created a new super female, one that was more like him and less violent. You may note that while both May and Misty had no tolerance for Brock's behaviour, Dawn seems to try to shrug it off. Tracy, the breeder, was a possible future for Ash that he discarded. This future was one that he sent off to work with the Professor, Ash's ultimate ideal of a father figure, when Tracy disrupted the dynamic Ash had with his other possibilities. With Ash's mind fighting the Coma, and Ash viewing this person as a companion, Tracy was quickly replaced with a more threatening rival. Pikachu represents Ash's humanity. This explains the episodes where they get separated, and Ash desperately wants to find him, even to the point of working with Team Rocket, aspects of himself that he would normally never associate with, but for some reason, cannot. Team Rocket wants to steal Pikachu and hand him over to Giovanni. Jesse and James will always oppose Ash, because he is terrified of the thought of his humanity lying in the hands of his father. However, this is the same reason he'll work with those aspects of himself in order to save his humanity. Ash couldn't evolve Pikachu, because that would mean challenging his concept of who he was, which was something he was not comfortable with, while still working through his original issues. The narrator is Ash's higher mind, recapping and explaining the progress he's made and the tribulations he will face, allowing insight into how to best awaken him. Team Rocket's methods gradually become more and more ludicrous, because Ash is only a child dreaming these things up. That is why Team Rocket's disguises are always believed. He knows it's them, at least on a subconscious level, but chooses to ignore it so he can better himself. In a sense, the Ash who wants to escape is sabotaging the Ash who wants to stay lost in his mind, so that there can be more conflict and, hopefully, an eventual escape. The escape is a consequence of coming to terms with who he is. As mentioned previously, Team Rocket are a method to Ash, to deal with grounds he's uncomfortable with tackling on his own. You may recall that early in the show, there were animals and references to animals. For example, the fish in the aquarium of the Cerulean City gym, or that the Pokédex lists Pikachu as rat-like. These animals don't matter to Ash's psyche, so they don't come into play much. If Ash loved puppies, everything would be about different breeds of dogs and a dogfighting circuit. But as the series goes on, you see fewer realistic animals and more Pokémon. This could be a sign of Ash's mind deteriorating. As he's in the coma, he's losing concepts of some animals and machinery and replacing them with Pokémon. It could explain things like electric Pokémon working as power generators. These are signs that his memory of the old world is slipping more and more as time goes by. The Pokémon realm will be idealized continuously the longer he has no stimulus from the real world. Ash may or may not be mentally deteriorating, but he is becoming more accustomed to his fake world's rules. The wild Pokémon are his rationalizations for the functioning of his created fantasy. It's the "a wizard did it" syndrome, If he doesn't know how it works, his mind says Pokémon. The Pokémon in Ash's team, however, serve the purpose of displaying his issues and aspects of himself. For example, Charmander represents his sex drive, not his sexuality like Brock. At first, it's a cute, easy thing to control, but eventually becomes a raging inferno of disobedience, since Ash has no real understanding of his sexuality, thus has no way to vent or keep it in check. Bulbasaur was his unwillingness to change, reflected in when it declines to evolve, and almost decided to stay behind unless he battled it. Squirtle was his willingness to follow the lead of others, as evidenced by the gang it ran with. Even though he ran the gang, they were viewed as one group, and Ash's subconscious gave him the strongest one. Butterfree was his crushing loneliness, which he dealt with when he released it to join a flock. His bird types are his recklessness, always willing to sacrifice something at a moment's notice for the win. When Ash is trading Pokémon, it's an attempt to push his own problems away on someone else. However, he realizes this and usually trades back very quickly. Not only are Ash's Pokémon a manifestation of different parts of himself, the Pokémon of other trainers are as well. Koffing and Ekans were symbolic of Team Rocket's willingness to change, hence their evolutions. Once his mind was able to overcome that roadblock and allow them to change once, it gave him the chance to truly change. An interesting note is that Pupitar is a rationalization, a Pokémon a rival caught before they met. Even Ash would become suspicious if everyone he met had no carryover Pokémon from previous places he had been to. Other trainers are more direct forms of his issues, ones he must either come to terms with or outright suppress. Gym leaders are more primary aspects of his personality, with each Pokémon being stronger than the last, to display a level of skill he could only be capable of if he gave into it. In effect, he is doing battle with a part of him that he would rather not have in control. Originally, Ash had the battles, which evolved into team battles and contests. The explanation for this is that his issues became more and more complicated, and the means of dealing with them needed to become more complex. The fact that he uses issues he has already dominated to win is a sign he's growing stronger. Ash releases his Pokémon because his mind is forcing him to let go of them. The second he raises an overpowered team, a tournament comes up, and after fighting his way through it, he has to go to a new land for new challenges. However, with an overpowered team, there won't be any challenges or any way to motivate him further. The Ash that wants to stay in the Coma and keep journeying hands his solved issues over to Professor Oak so he can continue and overcome the unresolved ones. This is essentially his mind forcing him to deal with his issues. Ash's rivals and the Elite Four are ultimately the strongest part of this cycle. Having Pokémon that are essentially godlike, they represent both what can be attained and what is unattainable. Ash's rivals are all possible futures he envisions for himself. Note that they are all older than him. This originated with Gary Oak, someone Ash knew from real life, and built up into a sort of god within his mind. However, Gary progressed and changed to suit Ash's vision of himself and his ultimate desire, eventually settling down into a professor role after beating the Elite Four. With Gary Oak in retirement, his mind needed a new rival for him. Thus the births of Richie, the good aspect of his rivalry, and Paul. Paul is his mind's last-ditch efforts to snap him out of it, to force Ash to actually come to terms that this perfect world is not the best option or path to waking up. Paul is Ash's shadow, one that wants to push on even harder and harder. He is the part of Ash that will stop at nothing to escape the Coma world. Mewtwo is a new form of treatment done with electrical impulses in a machine, taking down every last one of his mental guards. In Ash's mind, Mewtwo and his clones were, in the real world, the treatment for the mental safeguards that were protecting Ash and keeping him comatose. The Pokémon of his world. The clones were counters to the issues Ash had thought solved, and each appeared to Ash as the exact copy of his defense. The clones didn't play by the rules of Ash's world. They didn't use any special attacks or moves. They just beat down their counterpart through brute strength. The treatment was working. There were side effects. The electrical jolts were beginning to affect Ash's nervous system. If the treatment continued, he would be paralyzed. His mind manifested this in the dream world by petrifying him. Were it not for the end of the treatment by Ash's mother, who knew that her son wouldn't want to live in a world he couldn't explore, Ash would have remained a stone forever. After this, Ash needed to recover from the damage caused by the electrical therapy. In order to reduce the danger Ash's consciousness felt from it, his subconscious began downplaying the effects in this world, which is why Pikachu's electric attacks, once noted for their strength by Team Rocket, no longer have any effect on Ash, other than comic relief. As we can see, Ash may well have been trapped forever in this world. However, like every dream, like everything, there is a beginning and an end. What would happen if Ash never recovered? In his hospital room, we see Delia, obviously distraught. She's talking to a doctor, with a grim look on his face. The man is saying their insurance is up, and the boy has no change in his brain activity in years. The shock of taking him off life support has a very small chance of awakening him. She tearfully agrees. Back in Ash's world, he has finally defeated the Elite Four, and one by one, the people around him disappear. Eventually, everything is black. Pikachu comes dashing towards him, glowing brighter and brighter in the darkness. Eventually, he reaches Ash, and the two embrace one last time. In the hospital room, his life signs fading, Ash mutters his final words. I want to be the very best. He will die, never having known his dream, except as naught but a dream. When he came back to reality, he knew it all for the lie it was. Knew it as his imagination, knowing that all his efforts, ambitions, and friends were nothing. He will let go. As he utters his final words, he barely opens his eyes and sees the silhouette of his mother, her face hidden by her hands, wiping away tears. They make eye contact, and one final realization fills him before he loses all his strength. He sees that his mother was holding out hope that he'd recover all that time. He sees her and finds that her hope had been broken as she'd come to the realization that she'd outlived her only child. He dies knowing that he is loved, but that it means the one person closest and most real to him is utterly crushed. Still, there are other possibilities. The fountain of time flows in mysterious ways. One could not go back against the current, such as Gatsby. However, one could never see what is waiting for him downstream. Ash finally defeats Lance, only to be confronted by not Gary Oak, but a mute mirror image of himself. The voice of the narrator speaks to him, telling him that now he can finally escape the prison of his own mind. One by one, his friends appear and melt away into more copies of himself, cheering him on. After a long, tough battle against himself, with the assistance of all his Pokémon he had ever befriended, he jolts awake. In his hospital room, he sees his parents asleep. He finds himself unable to speak. Ash pushes forward towards his recovery. He goes through physical therapy, training harder and harder with rehabilitative Pokémon until he can walk on his own again. This time, an older and wiser Ash sets out on a journey. Just like last time, he's late getting to Professor Oak's laboratory when there's only one Pokémon left. He suddenly recalls all his memories of his life and realizes all his friends are gone forever. As he sets out with his new companion, he finds the world is darker than he imagined, more real. Pokémon and people die. He too has aged. He vows to become the Pokémon master he dreamed he was. He vows to himself. He vows to them. I will be the very best. I was introduced to the video game realm a tad later than most other people. For most, if not all of my early childhood, I was isolated from other kids, and I had next to no social interactions. My days were spent in a prison-like school, and my nights rotted away with mind-numbing TV. Life was dull and boring, and all I had were my stuffed animals and cheap plastic toys to talk to. That was until I got a GameCube. It was the Christmas of 2003, I believe. I was overjoyed at having my own video game station. It came with 3 games: Super Mario Sunshine, Pac-Man World 2, and Pokémon Channel. Each of those games still hold a special place in my heart today. As soon as the GameCube was set up and ready to go, I began playing it immediately. The first game I played was Super Mario Sunshine. This game is what got me hooked onto the Mario series. After playing it for hours straight and finally beating a level I just couldn't get past, I turned to Pac-Man World 2. Amazingly enough, I got stuck on level 2. Infuriated that I couldn't find the way out, even though the answer was literally right in front of my eyes, I quit and started playing my first ever Pokémon game, Pokémon Channel. As soon as I turned the game on, I knew this game was going to be different from the other two. It didn't take me long to fall in love with the game. When the time came to name my Pikachu, I unwittingly named him BRVR, short for brother. What compelled me to give him such a strange nickname that didn't even sound like a shortened version of brother? I'll never know. But regardless, I still enjoyed playing. There is no way for me to describe the love I felt towards this game. It was everything that I'd ever dreamed of. In this game, I had a friend that I could play with. It all took place in the Pokémon world too, which I had already loved before I even got Pokémon Channel. I could watch TV with my best friend BRVR, go fishing with him, play tic-tac-toe with him, talk to other Pokémon with him, grow a garden with him, build a snowman with him, explore ancient ruins with him, play musicals with him, sit around campfires and tell stories with him, gaze at the stars with him. All those things I never got to experience in real life, I was able to do in this virtual world with BRVR, the best friend I never had. I was, obviously, overly addicted to the game, but I had nothing else to use up my time with. So instead I put it all into this game, oblivious to all the things happening in the real world. I preferred to live my life in this Pokémon fantasy with my best friend. BRVR seemed like more than just a virtual, animated 3D model, forced to do his actions based on the programming of the game. He seemed real to me. If I was ever sad one day, he would appear to look and act depressed too. If I was ever angry, he would show and express my rage during that play of the game too. If I needed something to cheer me up, he would act silly and leap at me and do other idiotic things. Later on, when I grew older and wiser, I just assumed that all of these strange events never really happened, and when I was younger I'd simply imagined it. But it was still fun to pretend that he was real. As the years passed, I got more games. I'd acquired a Game Boy, which along with it came more Pokémon games, where I could have more than just a single Pikachu. My interests also floated to different series like Mario and Sonic. After playing Pokémon Channel so many times, and doing the same things over and over again, it starts to get a bit boring. I started playing it less and less, and other games more and more. But I still gave Pokémon Channel a play every now and then. Eventually, I changed schools, and my whole life changed. I was moved from a private Christian school to a public school, and my eyes were open to reality. I started to learn new things about life, which helped me enjoy it more. People weren't mean and cruel to me. They would greet me when I passed them in the halls. I discovered I could do more than just play video games. I could draw, There were thousands of songs I could listen to, and my grades started dramatically rising. But the best part of all was that I got a new friend, a real friend, one who was flesh and blood. She was funny and helped me to get used to the school. She was someone I could talk to besides my parents. We both had the same immature and mock everything in every possible way kind of minds. I finally had a best friend. While I started to grow in both body and mind, Pokémon Channel was slowly forgotten. I moved on to greater and better games. Almost all the things I could do in the game I was able to do in real life now. VR was replaced by my real life best friend. He in the game had become obsolete, forgotten on a dusty shelf in a dark corner of my room. For the next couple of years, life was golden. Each day, I would learn something new, and I had a ton of fun with my best friend. I made a few other friends too, but no one could top my best friend. Every now and then, I'd get a new game, get some money, go do something with my best friend, draw something, listen to music. I never wished for anything more. Good things never last. Eventually, I had to move. I protested and threw a fit, but to no avail. Trying to stop the tears from falling down my face, I told my best friend goodbye on my last day at that school. For the next few days, I cried myself to sleep at my new house. But eventually, I stopped. Having one of my main reasons to live ripped away tore a hole in my heart that will never be completely healed. But the pain eventually became less and less. I still had contact with my best friend. We both had YouTube accounts, and we'd talk over the internet. We'd call each other too, and have sleepovers sometimes. Occasionally see a movie together. But it hurt a lot to not have her at school anymore. I made some new friends at my new school, even more than at my old school. But none of them were as funny as my best friend. None of them could replace her. Just when I thought that I could get used to this lifestyle, one of the most dreadful things happened. For her sake, I won't post what my friend did, but she did something horrible. My mum refused to let me speak to or see her ever again. My heart was utterly smashed into thousands of pieces. I felt like I had nothing left to live for. My best, and what felt like my only friend, was now gone from me forever. I sunk back into my old habits, playing video games, isolating myself from the rest of the world. I didn't like to go out anymore. I refused to leave my room, except to go to school, eat, use the restroom, and visit my dad every other weekend. Now that my best friend had been snatched away from me, and that I didn't do anything in real life anymore, I needed something to replace them. Searching through my ancient shelf of old games, I pulled out Pokémon Channel. I brushed the dust off of the cover. It felt like it had been an eternity since I'd gazed upon this game. I inserted the game disc into the GameCube, grabbed my controller, and awaited to greet my old virtual friend, BRVR. A tear fell down my cheek as memories flooded back while I stared at the title screen. After a moment of soaking in the old nostalgia, I selected Continue. I eagerly selected Yes when the information appeared of my currently saved game, asking if it was correct. As the transition Pokeballs rolled across the screen, I just couldn't wait to see BRVR again. When the transition was over, I appeared to be in my room. The normal cutscene where Pikachu is asleep on top of the shelf and wakes up didn't play. But at this time I had almost completely forgotten about that. The only thing on my mind was BRVR. As I searched around the room though, he wasn't anywhere in sight. The Delibird that delivers the goods you buy from the Shop and Squirtle channel was at the door. I smiled warmly at the sight. I remembered I bought something from that channel almost every day when I was younger. I thought I must have bought something the last time I played and completely forgotten about it. Curious about what was in the delivery, I eagerly headed for the door. A deep, moaning sound stopped me before I could reach the door. I turned the screen and saw BRVR climbing out from under the bed. He looked beat up and depressed. I'd never seen him climb out from underneath the bed before, except for when he's searching for the Pokémon Mini in the beginning of the game. When he turned and saw me, a shocked expression came over his face, like it normally should. "Hey brother, it's me," I whispered, even though I knew he couldn't hear me. Instead of a joyous look and cheering, "Pika Pika," he acquired an infuriated look on his face. I was a bit confused as to why he was angry, but before I could ponder at the subject, the Delibird called again from the door. Banishing the whole incident from my thoughts, I turned and opened the door. I was comforted when the Delibird handed over the box, and BRVR smiled and waved as Delibird flew off. A package arrived with merchandise from Shop and Squirtle. I quickly pressed A as that message appeared. I wondered what was inside as BRVR leaned inside the box and took out the items. "You got a Pikachu TVZ. The Pikachu TVZ has been displayed." A menacing and quite gruesome looking Pikachu TV was set up in replacement of my old Voltorb TV. It looked like a Pikachu head facing towards you, with its jaws wide open. Inside its mouth was the TV screen, with its fangs hanging over the top and bottom. It looked like the skin was tearing and ripping apart at places, like the TV screen was too large for its mouth. I was a bit shocked at how scary the TV looked. "You got Red Wallpaper Z. The wallpaper has been displayed." I gasped when the wallpaper was put up. It was dark red, like dried blood. Pikachus, with sick, twisted smiles, were repeated all across it. They were bright red like freshly drawn blood. I was beginning to worry. You got Pikachu Doll Z. The doll has been displayed. I winced with fear when I saw the morbid Pikachu placed on top of one of the shelves. It had the same eerie grin as the Pikachus on the wallpaper, except with long fangs. Its eyes were small, ruby red, and dilated. The tip of its tail curved inwards like a hook, and it had sharp-looking claws. Numerous, dried streaks of blood ran the length of its body. You got Pikachu Doll Z. The doll has been displayed. You got Pikachu Doll Z. The doll has been displayed. You got Pikachu Doll Z. The doll has been displayed. The same sequence happened over and over until the entire room was filled with the disturbing Pikachu dolls. They replaced all of the other dolls. BRVR got up and looked around the room. He nodded in satisfaction and walked towards the TV. I sat in my chair stricken with fear. Even though it had been years since I've played the game, I knew that these items were not in it. A threatening and commanding call came from Pikachu. He was standing in front of the TV, giving me a glare. I knew he wanted me to go over there. I walked to the TV and turned it on. It opened to the report channel like normal. But to my horror, the screen looked like it had blood dripping down it. I changed the channels, one by one, and they all looked that way. I quickly opened up my diary, which in this game is the start menu, and I clicked on the TVS tab. I chose the Voltorb TV, but as soon as I did, my diary closed without me pressing B. BRVR was staring at me with a threatening glare and shook his head disapprovingly. BRVR turned back to the TV and changed it to the Fortune channel. This channel seemed normal, except for the blood that was dripping down the screen. Choose your cookie. The words drifted by the bottom of the TV screen. I chose the top one, like I always do. The cookie floated down into the Chansey's hands and cracked open. Do you really want to know your fortune? The words appeared on the screen. I froze with fear. Something about that fortune seemed eerie. It appeared that the Chansey on the screen was laughing. BRVR changed the channel again. He changed it to the relaxation channel. Instead of the fluffy Marie, what greeted me were morbid Pikachus that looked just like the dolls, jumping over the fence. I quickly pressed B and went back to the center of the room. Normally, BRVR would turn around and motion me to come back and watch it with him. But this time, he didn't seem to care. I walked over to my old painting. A beautifully coloured Jirachi, surrounded by a cute Pikachu border, hung against the wall. I sighed with relief. At least one thing was still normal. I took a few moments to stare at the old painting. mostly because I didn't want to look at the gruesome wallpaper or the horrifying dolls. BRVR is looking at the painting too. Chills went through my spine as that message appeared. Even though it was normal for your Pikachu to stare at your painting with you. I pressed B, and sure enough, BRVR was standing in front of the painting. It seemed like he had a sad expression, like he was remembering long-lost memories. He turned to me, still with the same depressed expression. He looked like he was about to cry. I felt sorry for him, and I wished that there was something I could do to cheer him up. BRVR then walked up to me and asked me a question, which is normal for your Pikachu to ask you a question every now and then. But what made my blood chill was what he asked. BRVR wants to know if you still love him. It had an O for yes, an X for no option. BRVR has never asked that before. Immediately, I clicked O. He smiled, and then bent over laughing. I was a bit confused as to why he was having a laughing fit. When he was done laughing, he looked back up at me with an evil smile. A message appeared at the top of the screen. BRVR knows when you're lying. He turned back to watch the TV. By this point, I didn't know what to do anymore. I knew for sure that all this wasn't supposed to be happening. I thought that maybe if I restarted my GameCube, everything would go back to normal. I got up and reached for the restart button. But when I pressed it, nothing happened. I pressed it a second time, and still nothing. The game cannot be reset right now. The message appeared on my screen. My heart stopped beating for a second. After dumbly staring at the screen for a solid minute, I sat back down and decided I would continue playing. Might as well see where this goes, I whispered to myself. I just looked around the room for about a minute. Other than the wallpaper, dolls and TV, everything seemed to be the same. I tried to smile while looking at the old Pokémon Mini and posters, but I couldn't bring myself to. The normally cute and cheerful music seemed to make the room more dark and disturbing. It looked as if all the morbid dolls had their eyes focused on me, like they were about to reach out and grab me, then slowly tear apart and devour my flesh. BRVR wants to go outside. The message appeared on the top of the screen. Before I could do anything though, BRVR went outside and the game forced me to follow him. My breath caught in my throat when I went outside. The sky was blood red, with even darker red clouds swirling in it. Strewn all across the lawn were dead Pokémon corpses. I couldn't tell what many of them were. Most of their limbs were torn off, their faces shredded, entrails everywhere, felt sick, like I was about to throw up. BRVR circled around them, then turned to me and gave me an evil grin. He walked up to me and asked a question. BRVR wants to know if you like what he's done to the place. I immediately clicked X. His sick grin deepened even more. He walked over to a skitty corpse and threw it at me. Its body parts broke off and flew everywhere as it bounced off the screen. After many agonizing minutes of being forced to watch BRVR toy with the dead body parts, he walked over to the garden. When we stepped into the garden, 2 plants were fully grown. Instead of fruits though, they had grown Pikachu heads. BRVR plucked one and started to slowly eat it. My lunch started to rise up my throat. I tried to turn away from the gruesome sight, but something glued my eyes to the screen. After taking his time, BRVR walked over and ate the other head. Once he was done, he cast me a wicked smile and leapt out of the garden. Again, I was forced to follow him. BRVR was apparently done messing around outside and went straight back inside. I was hoping he was done and we would just stay inside. I now much preferred the morbid dolls over the body parts. But he wasn't done showing me the world he had created. Not yet. Almost as soon as we went inside, BRVR went immediately to the back door. Guess who was forced to follow yet again? When we went outside, there weren't any more corpses, much to my relief. But the sky was still an ominous blood red. When I tried to go back inside, he wouldn't let me. BRVR would just turn and give a disapproving shake of his head. So I was forced to stand there. The Vermilion forest bus pulled up, and BRVR walked up to it without me. I didn't even click on it. The transition played normally, the bus riding over the map to the Vermilion forest. But when we got there, the whole forest was on fire. Dead Pokémon were laying everywhere as the trees wildly burned, their bodies charred black by the flames. BRVR seemed unaffected by the blazing fire. He skipped over to the patch of mushrooms. They looked like they were bleeding. BRVR ate one without asking for permission and gave a satisfied nod when he was done. And then he ran over to the bell that starts the Pokémon concert. Instead of BRVR being surrounded by Clefairies, he was surrounded by those morbid Pikachu plushes. Using the bells, they played the most haunting and blood-chilling tune I had ever heard. I was awestruck. It sounded so beautiful, and yet so horrifying. It was high-pitched and made my ears ache. But I was in a trance and couldn't think to turn the volume down. After what seemed like years, the play was finally over. Glancing around, BRVR seemed satisfied with the burning forest and headed back towards the bus. Again, I was forced to stand outside my house while I awaited the next horrors BRVR would inflict upon my eyes. I thought he would want to take the Mount Snowfall bus, but he had other ideas. He just let that bus pass. Instead, he decided to take the bus to Cobalt Beach next. Same simple transition. Same horrifying scene. The beach was littered with pieces of corpses of the Pokémon you would normally find roaming around there. The ocean looked like blood, and floating in it were more body parts from the dead Pokémon. It then became apparent to me, BRVR didn't like other Pokémon. We then played a game of tic-tac-toe. Instead of rocks, we used internal organs for the pieces. BRVR beat me by a long shot, although that was because I couldn't think straight, using entrails as X's and O's while being surrounded by dead corpses. He laughed when he beat me, like this was all normal and supposed to be happening. Then, for just a brief moment, a look of regret and sadness swept over his face. I felt a longing to reach out and comfort him, so I used the C-stick to pet him. But as soon as the cursor touched him, his normal, infuriated and demented look came back. He ran off, over to the fishing area, with a little person called me unwillingly following behind. BRVR stood on his rock and threw out his fishing line into the blood ocean. He waited for a bite. I did nothing, for there was nothing I could do. But he turned and gave me a menacing glare, like I was supposed to be helping him. That's when I remembered the bait. I clicked on the jar labelled bait, but instead of a chocolate glazed donut, I got a rotting brain. It was falling apart and covered in a greenish brown mould, yet it was still throbbing. I quickly tossed it into the ocean. Shortly afterwards, BRVR caught something on his line. With a great yank, the creature came flying out of the ocean. I swear to God, this creature shall forever haunt my dreams. It looked like an oversized, dark purple Magikarp, but it was foaming at the mouth, while a green, acidic blood poured out from its numerous gashes all along its body. Multiple organs clung to the many spikes sticking out from its body. Parts of its scales had been scraped away, exposing muscle underneath. And some parts of the muscle looked like they'd been eaten, leaving bones sticking out. It flopped around and gasped for air while disturbing, gurgling sounds emitted from its mouth. I screamed when I saw the vile creature. BRVR turned to me as if he had heard me and grinned. He slowly climbed down from the rock taking as much time as possible to let the wretched creature suffer that much more. And then, he started to eat the Magikarp while it was still alive. I screamed again and covered my mouth as my eyes were forced to watch the gruesome sight. Once he was done with his meal, he turned back to me and smiled a happy, playful smile. I couldn't believe this monster was once my close, virtual friend that I looked forward to seeing every day after school. After that traumatizing event, BRVR cheerfully skipped along down the beach, back to the bus stop singing
Pika, Pikachu.
His merriment made the situation that much more horrifying. While waiting for the Mount Snowfall bus, BRVR stood in the middle of the walkway staring at me. His face was blank and showed no signs of emotion. Even though I knew he couldn't hear me, I whispered, "Why are you doing this?" A tear started to fall down my face. BRVR made this world to please you. My blood turned to ice when that message appeared at the top of the screen. BRVR casted me another sick, twisted grin that stretched from cheek to cheek. More tears started to sneak their way down my face. The Mount Snowfall bus finally arrived. I don't know if I was happy at the sight or petrified at the thought of facing another gruesome scene. Same things as before. Innocent transitions. Not so innocent sights. Frostbitten carcasses lay strewn out ungloriously across the frozen land. Most half buried in snow. Surprisingly, there was no blood or entrails laying about. This area had a more sad atmosphere than morbid. BRVR slowly walked over to where Kecleon and Jigglypuff would normally sing. But since they were dead and buried under the snow, who knows where, he took their place. BRVR sang the most beautiful, yet saddest song I'd ever heard. His harmonious voice sounded like violins playing the most tear-jerking tune I ever heard. He had a depressed and sorrowful yet focused expression while he sang the tune, which is just what the song sounded like. I couldn't control the tears that started flooding down my face while he sang. My poor, emotional heart broke in two listening to this sorrow-drenched melody. After what seemed like an eternity, BRVR finally vanished. He looked me dead, straight in the eyes, with the most sorrowful, depressed, and utterly hopeless expression anyone had ever seen. I longed so much to hold him in my arms and comfort him, but he quickly turned away and ran towards the second half of Mount Snowfall. We stood in front of the ruins of truth. For many moments, BRVR just stood dead still while staring at the ruins. Then he glanced at me, a deep, meaningful look in his eyes, and ran inside. It was jet black inside, like it was supposed to be. He used a thunderbolt to light up the electric flowers which caused the entire ruins to light up. All along the walls, ceiling, and floors, many different words were written in blood. Help me. Why? I must die. Kill me. It's so cold. I'm so lonely. Where is he? Come back. Why can't I die? VR walked over to the other side of the ruins, where the true or false tablet stood. I was forced to click on it. VR was abandoned by his best friend years ago, to be replaced by a new best friend, and was left to rot alone in this virtual world. True or false? I finally understood what all of this meant. All those words written on the walls. They were from VR. This was all my fault. I left him, my best friend, to die alone. No, he couldn't even die if he wanted to. He was forced to drag out his miserable existence over years. I didn't blame him for wanting revenge on me. I deserved this. I slapped myself across the face. What was I thinking? VR and Pokémon Channel was just a game. I wasn't supposed to devote my life to them. They were only meant to be created to amuse and entertain the mind of a child. They were not real. I took a moment to ponder over my last statement. They weren't real. I thought about all the things VR had done to traumatize me and get revenge for abandoning him for so long. Hell, this was all just too real. I selected O for true, because it was. I admitted to abandoning VR and leaving him alone to rot. Instead of the tablet sinking back into the ground, it glowed green, as if in approval with me. The screen slowly faded to black, except for VR. He stood in the center of the screen, with a tired, angry, yet sad expression. I didn't know what to think of him anymore. I hated him, and wished I really could kill him. But I felt sorry, and wanted with all my heart to help him, help to make things better. VR feels the same way about you. Those messages didn't shock me anymore. If anything, I was expecting it. After a few long moments of just staring at each other, I finally started to lose it. What are you going to do with me now? I asked. VR wants you to suffer the same way he did, the game answered. He casted me one last wicked grin, the widest and most grotesque I'd ever seen, and the screen cut to black. After a moment, the title screen appeared. The continue button was gone. I sighed in relief that this horrifying reunion was over. I got up and looked back at my desk. On it was a Pikachu Doll Z. So, my brother and I, we kinda grew up on Pokémon. Around here, a lot of kids did. It worked out perfectly for us too. Every time a new gen came out, one of us would get one version, one of us would get the other. And since our mum liked to spoil us, we both got the third one. This is going to sound at first like a bittersweet story about two siblings who grew up with a couple of games that eventually take them down two different roads. Well, it's a little more than that. The years rolled by. We kept on collecting. Game Boys got old. We replaced them. Cartridges finally gave out. We picked up new copies. But we started down two completely different roads before Ruby, Sapphire and Emerald came out. See, around then, my brother got a Game Shark. We'd heard all the hacks and cheats you could do with them, even if we were kind of late to the party, and they sounded pretty cool. Our first guinea pig cartridge was my brother's old blue version. We just dicked around with it a bit, nothing major. But whatever we did, it fucked the cartridge up. After just a couple of code entries, it glitched out completely and became unplayable. Naturally, we were upset at first. My brother mourned the loss of his hours of work, and I was sympathetic. I told him, it's okay, we can replace it, I guess. Stupid Game Shark was a waste of money. But here, our paths finally differed. After seeing the mess it had turned blue version into, I had become opposed to the idea of hacking or cheating any of my games. What can I say? I feel feelings for the little pixel critters. At least with that Game Shark. But my brother had taken his game's destruction as a personal challenge or something. I don't think he ever played a game after that which wasn't hacked somehow. Yeah, we played a shit ton of Pokémon, man. But for us, there really wasn't much else to do. We live way out in the country, without many other kids, and the farmers didn't want us on their property. So, we played Pokémon out on the lawn, just about all day, every day. It was pretty awesome. To us, at least. We lost the Game Shark when our rooms got moved around. A new addition was built onto our house, and it disappeared in the mess of shit that got stuffed into the new closet. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald arrived, and after playing through them once, we were both in agreement that they were definitely lacking in comparison to the last gen. We both tried another honest playthrough, and though we managed to finish, it left us both yearning for some good old-fashioned nostalgia. Where were our old gold, silver and crystal cartridges though? It took us probably a month to dig through the boxes we'd been too lazy to open up before. But we finally found one full of a shitload of all our old electronics. My old purple Game Boy Color still worked. His red one could no longer hold batteries in place. Both of our GBAs were fine though, along with our snake lights and link cables. That one with the nifty little connector in the middle that I'd always wrapped up oh so carefully to avoid fraying the wires and condemning it to the trash like our last cable. We both grabbed up everything we could. It was so nice to have Yellow, which had been my first and most cherished game of any series, not just Pokémon, and Red and Gold back. We went through the motions of checking our old files, taking in all the old memories, and eventually, we figured the Gen 1 stuff was just too nostalgic to get rid of. I restarted Gold. He restarted Silver. Immediately, he snatched up the Game Shark out of the box and slipped it into the back of his GBA. I just shook my head at him. I remember what I said to him. That thing will kill your game, you know. He never liked me preaching to him about abusing pixels. I shut my mouth after that, but it had put him off playing with me. I guess it was just one time too many or something. I ought to know to keep my thoughts to myself, really. It was a couple of days later that it happened. I was out on the porch, Game Boy in hand, just about to go into the Elite Four, when I realised I needed a little help. My team was ill-balanced, thanks to me playing through for leisure, and at the time, I was no great trainer that could pull off gimmick runs. I knew that my brother had been 2 badges ahead of me, so I was hoping maybe he'd let me borrow a Pokémon or 2, just for this run through. Now, the thing is that I'd spent the last 24 hours at a friend's place. I'd literally come home, dumped my bag in my room, and crept out into the sun with my GBA to play. I had no idea what he'd been up to. For all I knew, he was done with the game and onto a new one, which I figured was all the better for me since he wouldn't need those Pokémon, and I'd stand a better chance of nicking a few. So I got up and went into the house. When I was crossing the living room, I noticed all of his Pokémon games lying on the floor. Some of the cartridges had been mangled, like they'd been hacked at with something sharp. Even his old blue version, long ago dead and too sentimental to throw away, was lying with the plastic cut ragged, split almost halfway up the side, completely unusable anymore, even if it would have worked. I was a little scared. This had to have happened this morning, otherwise our mum would have seen and they wouldn't be lying on the carpet. Tucking my GBA into my pocket, I crept over to his room and found the door unlocked. Somehow, that was even more concerning. I walked in and I found my brother sitting on the edge of his bed. His GBA was in pieces on the floor at his feet, smashed to bits. Next to him on the bed were a hammer and our mother's gardening scissors. His face was paler than I'd ever seen it, even whiter than the time we'd gone corning and the old guy up the street, legally blind and a raving nutcase, had come and chased us into the trees with a shotgun. It was now I also noticed the Game Shark on the ground and a silver cartridge corner poking from under his bed. Somehow, they'd been spared the wrath of the hammer. "Are you okay?" I asked. I remember the chills that ran through me. He was my little brother. Seeing him like this was horrifying. It was awful. I remember him rasping, and the way his voice rattled made my knees weak. Oh God, white everywhere, and then darkness. I remember running over and hugging him, and I remember his limp arm fell and brushed the Game Boy in my pocket, and his sudden scream right in my ear, making me jump and bite my tongue by accident. He ripped the handheld from my pocket and hurled it at the far wall. I cried out at the dent the plastic system made there, running over to collect it. The screen had gone dark, and though I feared the worst, when I flicked the switch it powered up normally. I waited there in the corner, trying to pretend the GBA mattered enough not to go and run for our mum. The volume was on. The Pokémon theme started up, and he screamed again, picking up the hammer. This time, I screamed too, and ran from the room with my GBA clutched to my chest like a shield. He ended up staying in the psych ward of the hospital for 2 days. When we went to visit him, I left my GBA at home. No one could figure out what had set off this strange, manic behaviour. There was some talk that I didn't understand at the time, about some kind of disorder he may have, or may not have had. But even though Mum and I had collected and brought in all the cut-up cartridges to be looked at, Mum's idea, not mine, no one had even thought to tie it back to the game. Maybe that was my fault. I hadn't said a word about what had happened when he'd accidentally touched my Game Boy, or the blind, white terror he'd been thrown into when the music had started. On my last visit to the hospital before school on my second day, I was left alone in the room with him, while Mum had some private talk with the doctor, all about precautions to take should this happen again. I sat in the chair next to the bed, where he was staring at the ceiling. Then suddenly, he sat up, making me flinch. "Hey," he told me, "go in my room when you get home." I didn't understand what he meant. And then I remembered the things we hadn't packed up and brought in. The game, and the hacking tool under his bed. "Get rid of them. I don't ever want to play with them ever again." His voice was so weary and desperate. He sounded like an old man on his deathbed. My poor little brother. How could I refuse? "Promise you'll get rid of them." "Okay, I promise." I was carted off to school late, and through the whole day, I only had my promise to him in my head. I didn't know it at the time, but this would be the last time that I could ever play the big sibling role and help him out. I just had to get home and get rid of that game. But as the day went on, a sick curiosity started to go through my own head. What could possibly have happened to that game that scared him so badly? I was scared myself, but I just had to know. I had to. I got home and went right into his room, bent on uncovering whatever horror was waiting for me. Mum had since vacuumed the room, and the cartridge and Game Shark were no longer visible. I got down and crawled half under the bed, feeling timid, but holding on to the promise I made as my badge of courage. Under the bed, there was enough dust to make me cough. Enough old Legos and various other toys that I couldn't set my elbow down without it landing on something. But finally, I found both objects. They'd been shoved to the corner, on top of a notebook that looked too new to have been down here long. Unthinking, I grabbed the corner of the paper and dragged everything out with me, still wheezing from the dust, allergies and all. They looked so innocent. Simple toys and a simple, spiral-bound bunch of papers. When I set Silver version and the Game Shark on the floor, I took a closer look at the notebook. On it were scrawled at least 20 different cheat codes, but one had been scratched out with a Sharpie over where it had initially been drawn in with pen. This was confusing. He'd really tried to erase it out. The marker had been pressed to the paper so hard that ink soaked through most of the pages behind it. Almost 2/3 of the way to the cardstock back cover. But pen has a way of sticking around. I picked up the notebook and tilted it backward in the light, and the reflective surface of the Sharpie revealed the indents that had been left where he'd written it. The code was an unintelligible mess of letters and numbers, but the words next to it confused me. Easter egg. Snow on Mount Silver. I remembered what he had said when I found him. He'd been raving about white, and then black. Could he mean snow? Even though it was only August, and the temperature was still climbing to 90 degrees every day, a chill ran down my spine. Did I dare? I picked everything up and brought it to my room, laid it out on the carpet in front of me with my own GBA next to it. For a long time I just stared at it, and the longer I looked, the more maniacal Lugia's face became on the sticker. Like some kind of twisted grin, like it was daring me to find out what had happened to my brother. I was a 14-year-old kid. Did I really want to tempt fate and risk ending up like him? I glared down at Lugia for a while longer. I had to see. I slid gold out of my GBA and stuck silver in its place. It took me almost 15 minutes to compose myself and turn it on. It started up normally. I left the sound on low, too afraid of what I might hear to keep it up the full way, and curious to turn it the whole way off. The title screen was normal too. Lugia again, but somehow menacing, despite my common sense telling me it was exactly the same picture as every other time I'd started up the game. How bad could this be? I asked myself. His notes said Easter egg. Didn't that mean that was coding already in the game? The menu came up. Still absolutely normal. His character was Blake, with a mostly filled Pokédex, but the time was odd. 99999. I knew he could not have been playing that long. I'd barely logged 50 hours on my own game, and I was at the Elite Four, and I was playing slowly. Probably the result of hacking fucking up his file, I thought. Well, whatever then. The game started up, and the first thing I noticed was the prolonged black screen. It took almost a minute for anything to change, and there was no sound at all. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing up already, but it was too late to turn back. Finally, a very dim sort of map came onto the screen, but it looked static. What was going on? I squinted down and realised with a fearsome pang that it was actually the Mount Silver map. But what I thought was static was heavy falling snow. So this was where he'd last saved the game. I checked his party. A very normal team for someone who'd been using a Game Shark. Typhlosion, Feraligatr, Meganium, Pidgeot, Tyranitar, Lugia, all level 100 with modded moves. Typical for him. Something about the sprites was strange though. They seemed sullen. Their colours seemed washed out, and their expressions lacked the usual vigour they normally had. I chalked this up to missing pixels or something, also due to the hacking. The map had brightened up just a smidgen when I closed out of the start menu. Indeed, snow was somehow falling very heavily. Pixels danced across the screen so fast, it was hard to see the little sprite that was my brother's character. Something was off about him too. When I checked the information, it was the same as the Pokémon sprites. The colours were dull. In fact, now that I thought about it, he almost looked frostbitten. My stomach tightened, and I turned and tried to move back down the mountain. As I hit the bottom of the screen, words popped up, and there was finally a sound. My sprite hitting an invisible wall. I can't turn back now. That was unsettling. I went into my Pokémon and tried to use Pidgeot's fly ability. I can't fly in this. Obviously referring to the snow. Fuck this, I thought, going into his bag. There was an escape rope. I tried using it. I can't go back anymore. What was going on? Once again, I tried to walk back down the mountain, and to my horror, the words changed with every attempt. I can't run away. I can't go back down. I can never go back. This last one sent a frigid feeling through my heart. There was no way down the mountain. I had to climb. Turning the little sprite around, I moved him forward. No resistance at all, though my walking speed was oddly slow. What was truly weird was the lack of grass, of trainers, of anything at all but the white snow, which still blew across the screen and made it impossible to see. As I moved further up the mountain, His walking speed became slower and slower. The static curtain of pixels grew thicker, so that I could barely make out the features of the map. But it seemed like the only way to move was straight ahead anyway. I reached what looked like a set of stairs at the very top edge of the screen. I didn't remember this being there before. As I tried to move up, the little sprite paused. "I'm cold." By now, even I was getting goosebumps. His walking speed had become painfully slow, as if somehow he was being impeded. I moved him up the staircase. More text on the screen. Meganium has died. What the fuck? I thought. Pokemon don't die in these games. I checked in my party and was frightened and confused by what I saw. Meganium's sprite had been replaced by a red X. All of my other Pokemon sported varying degrees of damage, though I hadn't battled once. I went into my bag and found a single revive and tried to use it. "It's too late," it said. What kind of Easter egg was this? There wasn't much else I could do. Trying to turn around yielded the same messages as before, so I kept moving. Pidgeot has died. I checked again. Sure enough, there was the little red X. This time, I selected it and looked at the Pokemon itself, trying to figure out what was wrong. I wished I hadn't. The sprite was mangled. Pieces of it were missing. What was left was splotched with a sickish blue-grey colour, and its eye was a solid black pit. I flipped down to Meganium. Same deal. A leg missing, a chunk of its neck, most of its head, save for that pitch-black dead eye. Morbid curiosity urged me onward, and the path never deviated from the straight upward road I'd travelled the entire time. Along the way, every now and then, another Pokemon would die. An examination of its sprite would show it was in the same condition as the others. Until all that was left was Typhlosion. One more staircase up ahead. I climbed it, braced for whatever horror awaited me. I hit the summit. It was deserted. Red was nowhere to be found. The snow had stopped falling. In the very center of the map was something sticking out of the snow. It looked like a Pokeball. Okay, maybe all this creepy shit led up to something climactic. Some final battle, using whatever was in there. If I picked it up, maybe Red would come out of hiding. I walked over and examined it. There was a burst of static noise from my game that made me jump. What appeared on the screen was a battle animation. My trainer sprite appearing, his skin tinged blue, against another mangled Pokemon sprite. It was Celebi. In the center of that black hole, that was its eye. A single red dot burned out like an ember. The thing looked rotted. I didn't even get the chance to throw out my mostly dead Typhlosion before it moved. Celebi used Perish Song. A screech came out of my GBA, and I almost dropped it as the screen went white. A part of me was relieved, thinking that my final Pokémon had been KO'd and I would be transported to a Pokémon Center. But I was wrong. My sprite reappeared in what looked like a cave. Was I now inside the mountain? I checked my trainer card and felt sick. The sprite was just as mauled as the Pokémon had been. A leg gone, a single eye remaining, pitch black. So sad looking. Tears welled up at the corner, and every colour on him was replaced by those sick shades of frosty blue and grey. Every stat on the card was reduced to 0, except for the time, which still read 99999. I quickly moved back to the map. His sprite there mimicked the horror it had become on the trainer card. Pieces were missing. Everything was discoloured. I started trying to walk, and at first, I received a message. It's so cold. There was only one direction to go, upward. I moved on, and every now and then would be stopped by a message that made my heart sink lower and lower. Mother, it feels so cold. I can't go on. The walls, as I walked, became darker and darker until they were pitch black at the end. There was an exit there, marked only by a white outline. I had no other choice but to go through it. It opened into a chamber that was also solid white. The only way to distinguish the walls was a thin, grey line that marked them as separate from the floor. Against the far wall, there was another sprite. Red sprite, intact. I'd come this far. I had to finish this. I walked right up to him and pressed A. ... A battle started. Red sprite had none of the deformities that marred my own. The colours were the same blues and greys, but he was intact. He just looked extremely sad. His first Pokémon came out. Venusaur. It was just like my own had been, but level 0, with a speck of health. I sent out Typhlosion, who had just 6 hit points. No Pokémon made a sound when they were brought into battle. Venusaur used Struggle. There was no animation, just a single point of damage done to Typhlosion. And then the opposing sprite dropped off the screen. Venusaur has died. There was no text asking me to switch out. Instead, there was just what I took to be dialogue from Red. ... His next Pokemon was Blastoise, even more mangled than Venusaur had been. It too struggled and died. After each round, there was just that ominous ... from their trainer. Every sprite was more damaged than the last. His Espeon was barely even distinguishable as a Pokemon. I realised somewhere he was sending them out all out of order, which saved just one Pokemon for last. Pikachu came out, and it was grotesque. It too was discoloured, like it was frostbitten. It was missing an ear, half its body and tail. Its head was mostly intact, but its eyes were much larger than they should have been, and glared out at me like pitch black windows into hell. But the thing that got to me the most was the giant smile that extended almost all the way to the edges of its head. Its health was somehow at 0, or at least looked that way. My hands were shaking. I didn't get a chance to attack. Pikachu used Pain Split. Pikachu has died. Typhlosion has died. It cut back to the image of Red's sprite, and now it looked like mine, with his body so butchered it looked like a carcass stripped of most of its meat. Except it had those same soulless, deranged eyes as Pikachu. I finally understood what happened. They were dead. They were dead. And this sub-level of the mountain was the hell they now existed in. Red finally spoke. It's over. The screen flashed black and white for a moment. Used Destiny Bond. A horrible, hideous screeching started to issue from my GBA. The screen went white, and it shrieked at me. I threw it to the floor and pressed my back against the bed. The horrible noise continued for several long moments while the screen stayed white. And then it went black. And then there was silence. It took me a long few moments, but I eventually stood up. I took the Game Shark. I took the notebook. I took that fucking possessed game. I picked them all up and carried them to the garbage can we'd already set out in place for morning pickup. At the end of our long, winding driveway, and I threw them in. When I got back to the house, I don't know what made me do it, but I picked up yellow version and put it in my Game Boy. I think it was part of me determined to make sure I hadn't somehow been tainted as well. The music started up. The game played. I turned to my Pikachu and hit A. Its smiling face greeted me with an ear twitch and a big, pixelated smile. A pleasant, normal smile. I turned my game off and spent the next hour crying on the floor. My brother and I never did play Pokémon together again. He gave it up for good. I stuck to replaying my comforting, unhacked games That winter, the snow fell thick. There are tons of stories out there about hacked Pokémon games. Some of them are really quite neat, such as the one about a version where you get a ghost as a starter. Some are ridiculous. Silly stories about individuals dying after playing a game, or the game talking to them. Gosh, don't these writers know that less is more when it comes to these stories? Ah well, I digress. I grew interested in these hacked games that are apparently in any thrift store, on eBay, or handed out by homeless people to random passers-by. I didn't have the pleasure of meeting these creepy people. I merely found this particular cartridge in a trash bin when the garbage truck backed into my neighbour's dumpster. I noticed the game, and I asked the trash man if I could take it. He didn't seem to mind. It was thrown away after all. Of course, I checked with my neighbour, just to confirm if they actually didn't want it, though they seemed perplexed, as if they'd never seen it in their life. Their son made a grab for it. A little boy who saw the Charizard on the cover, crying out, "Pokémon, I want, Mummy!" But his mother told him no, seeing as though I had found it. He didn't even have a Game Boy anyway. He just liked Pokémon. Thinking nothing more, I simply went home, looking at the cartridge's sticker on the way. Just a plain old red version, the sticker torn slightly across the Charizard's neck. But that was expected with such an old game. I had had blue version as a kid, so I was a bit eager to see the, albeit minimal, differences that red version had. I was rather disappointed by what I saw when the title screen showed up. Pokémon, Strangled Red version. Well, damn it. It was a hack. Hacks were neat and all, but they had zero monetary value. The originals, quite valuable by now. And I wanted to play red version anyway, not this crap. Oh well, it was free. Might as well try it. The name was odd, however. Strangled Red. That made no sense. Not even in a morbid description of someone being asphyxiated, as people turn blue when choking, not red. Who knows? Maybe there was a pair of these hacks, and I just got the red one. The more I thought about this though, the more interested I became. My initial disappointment turned into curiosity. I wanted to know what the creator had made, and I was going to note everything I saw. The first oddity I noticed was the start screen had a Charizard next to the trainer, instead of a Charmander. Also, the Pokémon never cycled through, like the original versions did. It just stayed Charizard, even after 5 minutes of waiting. Shrugging, I hit start, noticing that there was no Charizard cry as I did. like there was supposed to be. I saw there was a continue option, so I figured I'd do what everyone did with used games and see what the previous owner had done. No. I blinked in surprise. No? What do you mean, no? The game wouldn't let me choose continue no matter what. Though, on the 4th attempt, I heard the Charizard cry. Quiet and barely audible. Shrugging it off, I decided to just hit new game, like I would have done after checking the old file anyway. The screen cut to black for a while. No Professor Oak, no starting theme, just nothing at all. Eventually, the screen came back, showing a bedroom, 2 beds, 2 TVs, and a computer in the corner. My trainer sprite was the usual one, consistent with the original Red version. I was curious as to why it didn't ask my name, though that was answered as I opened the pause menu, noticing my trainer was named Steven. No, this isn't my real name or some stupid crap like that. This game isn't self-aware or haunted. At least, not that I know of. It just had a name chosen already. Curious, I saw he had the starter amount of money. No badges. He didn't look like Red though. His hair was longer, almost reaching halfway down his back. Red's usual smile, replaced with a confident smirk. Honestly, I found this sprite much cooler than Red. Next, I checked out his Pokémon. A single Charmander, level 5, named Miki. Nothing was odd about it. Or should I say her, with the name and all. She had beginning Charmander stats. Only knew Scratch and Tail Whip. Basic stuff. The game seemed relatively normal. Returning to the game, I walked about the room, noticing that Steven's long hair was present on the back of my trainer when my back was turned to the camera. I didn't recognize the house, but I descended the stairs to see more. Downstairs was another trainer who spoke to me the instant I came down. Mike. Ready yet? Steven. Yeah. I assumed this Mike was my rival, pre-decided for me. A replacement of Blue, most likely. Though, I then thought back to the bedroom having 2 beds, realizing they weren't just rivals, they were brothers. They talked back and forth. Basic Pokémon dialogue. Become a Pokémon master, catch 'em all, stuff like that. Before having a little argument over which is better, Charmander or Squirtle. Which, of course, led to the introduction battle, like the one versus Blue in the lab. Simple enough. Scratch, tackle, scratch, tackle. Until I won, purely for having the first turn. I took notice of how much better Steven's sprite looked in combat than Red's. A different pose. His hair, looking like it was blowing in the wind. A brief, minor upgrade, but still much nicer. I left the house, after some more banter with my brother, stepping out to the Pallet Town theme. Going to the east, I found this was indeed Pallet Town. The house was simply on the outskirts to the west. I noted that there was no mysterious grassy field like in normal Pallet Town. Wandering about, I decided to check in on Red's home. His mother was inside, and when I talked to her, she commented on how handsome Stephen looked, hoping that her own son would look up to him as a role model for when he became a trainer himself next year. This, of course, led me to realise this game took place a year before the original Pokémon. Red was even upstairs, playing on the SNES in his room, commenting, "I'm going to be the best too, when it's my turn." I was starting to like this hack. It was interesting. A completely new adventure. A different character. Stephen even seemed to have a history with the people in his town. A reputation. A personality beyond a silent protagonist. The people in town talked to him as a person, making conversation, not just spouting tutorial crap. Even Blue's sister had new dialogue. They seemed to be in a relationship too, as the dialogue ended with a kiss and a heart over her head. Professor Oak simply wished me well, giving me a Pokédex to aid my adventure. He wasn't giving it to me to be the reason behind the adventure, like every other Pokémon game out there. He gave it to me out of kindness, something to help me on my way, a gift. I was liking this more and more with each second. The game seemed to have an actual story now. I was somebody, not just a cookie-cutter protagonist anyone could be. Not some blank sheet that could be replaced without notice. The story was different, though the actual gameplay remained unchanged. I went north, like I was supposed to. Went from town to town, collected badges, received the praise of the leaders. Stephen's fame even seemed to spread, as some NPCs would talk like they knew him. I used Miki for every battle, and she was growing surprisingly fast. She handled Brock with ease, even hounded Misty with no trouble at all. She wasn't as adversely affected by super effective attacks as others. Did more damage than a regular Charmander. She was a veritable powerhouse. She even became a Charizard at the mere level of 25. Not bad at all, I must say. Things started to get weird though. As soon as I reached Lavender Town. I know. Lavender Town is the focus behind every creepy story and the like. But it was the only place that was noticeably different. There was no Team Rocket invasion, which I found odd. Though I did then remember this was a year in the past, so the invasion wouldn't occur until Red's time. I tried to enter Pokemon Tower, aiming to get a Ghastly. But that's when it got odd. Stephen, I have no reason to be here. Stephen wouldn't go into Pokemon Tower no matter what I did. This was weird. I mean, hell, there are a million places in Kanto you really have no need to be. Little random houses with nothing but children NPCs, for example. why was it here that Stephen wouldn't enter? With a shrug, I figured I wouldn't need a ghastly, seeing as Miki could handle anything. So I simply went on my way, Lavender Town serving no purpose other than a passageway with a Pokémon Center. The game progressed normally from there. The remaining gyms fell, and eventually I made my way to the Elite Four and defeated them. As with Blue, my brother Mike was there before me, initiating the championship battle, which Miki swept with ease. The aftermath of the battle was quite pleasant. None of the tension that was present between Red and Blue at the end of their match. The brothers congratulated each other on their progress and shook hands before the screen went to white. No Hall of Fame, nor any credits. When the screen came back, I was at the house again. The two brothers, sitting at the computer, conversing with each other. Stephen. I don't want to. Mike. Come on. I just gotta borrow her for a second to finish the Pokédex. The entry won't register unless she recognizes me as Master. For just a second. Stephen. But she's my Miki. Mike. I promise I'll give her back. Come on, please. Two options appeared. Yes or no. I was a bit perplexed, so I hit no to be cautious. Mike. Come on, please. No. Mike. Come on, please. I realized this would simply continue to loop until I hit yes. So I did, just to see what would happen. Alright, this'll just take a second. Then we'll both be Pokemon Masters. Stephen. ... The screen then changed to the animation shown when two people trade Pokemon. I found this a bit weird, seeing as I was solo. But whatever. This was what was apparently supposed to happen. Miki went first. I watched, lazily, as she began to travel down the trading tube. Snap. That made me jump. The sudden noise resonating in my silent bedroom. Loud, due to the volume being way up. Looking at the screen, I noticed that the game had seemed to freeze. Miki, still in mid-trade, but the game wasn't doing anything. With a sigh, I just turned off the game, wondering when my last save was. When the game turned back on, I stared for a moment at the start screen. There was no Charizard next to the trainer. Upon pressing start, I saw the new game option was absent, leaving only continue. This was strange to say the least, so I selected it. The game started without even showing my stats as usual. My jaw dropped at what I was greeted with. 1 year later. The Lavender Town theme came first, playing its normal way. The screen slowly fading in from blackness. Steven was in the Pokemon Tower, which made the music even stranger, seeing as the tower had its own theme. He was standing in front of a tombstone, not doing anything. Wondering what was going on, I pressed A. Steven. ... Confused, I tried walking, realizing I was indeed in control at the moment. Brought up the pause menu and checked my party. Miki was gone. Not just Miki, all Pokemon. He had nothing. The Pokédex was absent from the menu. His bag was empty. Honestly concerned now, I checked his trainer card. He had no money. He had no badges. His playtime was 8795 hours, which was impossible, as I had only 30 logged in before. But that wasn't the strangest part. His picture. The picture of the handsome, confident young trainer was different. His eyes were blank. His face turned slightly down. That smirk of his was gone, replaced by a lack of any expression at all. That long hair of his, before in a perfect perm, was now messy and unkempt. I couldn't look at him anymore. Closing the menu, I went to move out of the tower. But with every step I took away from the tombstone, the screen flickered, like it did when a Pokemon was poisoned. Gulping, I brought up the trainer card again. His picture was getting worse. Every step I took, he hung his head more and more. His shoulder slumped. He bent over. By the time I'd exited the tower, he was on his knees, hands to his face, hair draped across him. I had guessed already what was going on, but this clinched it. I began to put some things together in my mind. I'd always wondered why there was no champion in the original games besides your rival. Why is it that you, the protagonist, had to beat your rival when he just waltzed in? No previous champion to challenge. Then, it struck me. The answer was right here. The previous champion gave up. His precious Miki was apparently dead, and with her, so died part of him. His Pokédex, the other Pokemon, his badges, his fame, all of it. He threw it away. In that year, the year that I missed, the year where all those hours came from. I even did the math. There is 8,765 hours in a year. Add that to my 30 from before, and it matched up. Even so, the game kept going. This should have been the ending, I thought. I mean, what else was there to do? I had no Pokédex, no Pokemon, not anything. What was I supposed to be doing? I talked to everyone in the town, but they all said similar things. Are you okay? Still mourning, I see. Everything will be all right. Please, is there anything we can do? Stephen never replied to them, and they all simply said the same things over and over. I couldn't put the game down now. This was all so strange. Curious, I headed off into the tall grass and eventually got into battle with a Rattata. No Pokémon was sent out, just Stephen's sprite. I was wondering how I'd battle. Wild Rattata left you be. The battle ended without anything happening. This was certainly interesting, and it happened with every Pokémon I encountered. Wild Pidgey ignored you. Wild Ponyta wandered off. The music never changed either. No matter where I went, Lavender Town came from the speakers, following me. Sometimes slowed down slightly, sometimes not. I searched everywhere, every town, talked to everybody, wondering just what the hell I needed to do. My frustration was mixing with the depressing atmosphere of all this, making the experience altogether unnerving and uncomfortable. But I couldn't tear myself away. I was starting to get a bit angry though. Nobody telling me anything, besides giving me their condolences and trying to give me items like lemonade or coffee. Each met with no. I slapped myself for idiocy, suddenly realizing how the likely answer was right in front of me. Pallet Town, of course. When I went there though, which took a long time, having to walk, no Pokémon to fly with, no bicycle to ride, and Stephen only seemed to move half the regular movement speed. I first tried talking to Professor Oak. These things happen. You were just unlucky. Next, I tried Blue's sister. Please, don't leave home again. Red's mum wouldn't even talk to me at all. With nowhere else in mind to go, I walked to the west, finding the house from the beginning, which I'd never entered since leaving Pallet Town. Inside was Mike, but talking to him was just as useless. I'm so sorry. I pondered for a moment if this really was the ending. Stephen, doomed to do nothing but roam Kanto in misery, haunted by the memories, forced to listen to everyone's concerns about him. As a last-ditch effort to do anything, I went to the bedroom and walked over to the bed. Stephen, I'm going to sleep. The screen faded to black for a moment, but then slowly faded back in. The world having a black tint to it. Mike's sprite laying on the other bed. I assumed this meant it was night. Stephen, I'm going to do it. Do what? Again, I had no idea. I tried inspecting everything in the room. Nothing happened. As soon as I left the house, another dialogue. Stephen. It can bring her back. It can do anything. What in the hell was it? Something that could do anything. I couldn't for the life of me figure it out. Wandering about, I tried to leave Pallet Town the usual way. Stephen. Not that way. He wouldn't go any further. I tried the homes. Stephen. Screw them. I quirked my eyebrow at that, forgetting for a moment that this was not a real Pokémon game. The vulgarity just took me off guard. I continued to look around, but there was nowhere I could go. Until I accidentally stepped on the ocean, and Stephen walked right in. Only the upper half of his sprite visible, like those swimmers you encounter in the Cerulean gym. I didn't know he could swim. Stephen. The missing one. Missing one? I paused for a moment. No, it couldn't possibly mean that. I had not tried the missing no trick on this hack yet, but it just fit too well. That had to be what he meant. I surfed all the way towards Cinnabar. I began to feel something was off. More so than this already was. Silence. The Lavender Town theme had stopped. There was no noise at all. Nor were there any Pokémon. I just kept going, finding Cinnabar and surfing up and down the east coast. Lo and behold, Wild Missing No appeared. Stephen. Mine. Wild Missing No was caught. What the hell? Stephen didn't do anything. He just commanded that atrocity of broken data to join him. No, to become his possession. And it did. I was getting more and more disturbed by all this. Checking the start menu, I saw Missing No was not in my party, but instead an item, making things even stranger. I checked the trainer card as well. Stephen had his back to me, his long hair draped behind him, his hands in his pockets, nothing else. Remembering what he said at the start of this night, I realized what I had to do. I surfed to land and made my way northeast to where else? Lavender Town. Along the way, I noticed all the trainers, oddly still out at this hour, and they would not look at Stephen. All of them turning away when he passed. Even those that were normally static. I tried talking to one of the officers in the guardhouse type buildings. Just go. They all said the same thing, though one sent chills down my spine. Sometimes, dead is best. My hands were sweating at this point, Stephen was about to try the impossible. Something some would see as a crime against nature. Which many of these people shared that opinion. I steeled myself. It's just a game, and I was going to complete it. It took an eternity to reach Pokémon Tower, but I got there eventually, taking a deep breath and heading toward the tombstone. I remembered which one it was. The image of Stephen standing before it was burned into my mind after all. First, I tried inspecting it. Stephen. Mickey. Nothing happened. With a gulp, I opened the menu and selected Missing No from the bag. Oak. Stephen, don't use it. I was reminded of when Professor Oak would magically tell you that you couldn't use a key item somewhere. Like when using the bicycle in a building. Though the message this time was different. Even worse, Stephen actually responded to it. In a world that cheated me, why should I play fair? Stephen used it. Stephen obtained. What in God's name did I obtain? I couldn't tell you, because the game took away my control. Without my input, Stephen began to leave the tower on his own, walking single step by single step. The Lavender Town theme started again as he left the tower and began his excruciatingly slow journey against my will. Every time he crossed one of the borders where the music would change, it got progressively slower, more and more disturbing. By the time he reached Cerulean City, it was just a demonic rumble. I just stared, watching him, trying to guess where he was going. But it was getting more and more obvious. He was heading to Pallet Town. The music had all but stopped when he got there, playing single note by single note. He went exactly where I'd guessed. Right to his own house, inside and up the stairs. At this point, there was no music. Stephen moved step by step, stopping at his brother's bed, turning to face him. At first, I thought the game froze. He didn't do anything, simply stood there, and I couldn't move him. I did, however, find out I could open the pause menu. I was terrified to look, but I couldn't stop myself. I selected his trainer card. There was a low growl noise, like a distorted Pokémon cry. Stephen was looking at me again, directly at the screen. He was hunched over, his bangs obscuring his face. His hair was wild and feathered out. Between his bangs, there wasn't even a face at all, just black and two red eyes looking straight forward, a white grin contrasting with the darkness. That wasn't all. His name was now Stephen written in all weird characters. I couldn't look away. My eyes glued to his, not breaking contact for some time. My vision was getting blurry until I couldn't see very well. My face grew wet. I was crying like a baby. There was nothing I could do to hold back the tears. I was with this boy from the start. I built him up to greatness and was then forced to watch his decline after a tragic accident. And now, he was this thing, this abomination. I watched him go insane. Holding my tears, wiping my eyes, I closed out of the trainer card and tried to save the game, wanting to just quit. The game informed me that this was impossible. Nothing can be saved now. The pause menu wouldn't close no matter what I did. So with no other option, I checked the bag. Nothing happened. I checked Pokémon, and there was one. A single sprite met me. It had 0 HP. Its status, dead. Its name. I selected it, and I was greeted with 4 options. Status, it's her. Switch, never. Close, no. Strangle. My fingers shaking. I selected strangle, and the menu closed, showing Stephen in the room again. Stephen, goodbye. Snap. The game shut itself off. I was more dumbfounded than frightened. In a bit of shock, I turned it back on. The title screen, showing the manic Stephen and a horribly glitched Charizard. I pressed start, then continue. All I saw was a zoomed out view of Pallet Town, showing Stephen's home to the west. Tall grass surrounding it. Those unmovable stones blocking it from the rest of the town. The image was completely static. No music, no movement. Before fading to white, going back to the title screen. It was as it had been when I first popped it in. A trainer and a Charizard. I attempted to hit continue. No.